What's up, gamers and ladies? How you all doing? Sorry I didn't stream yesterday. The government shut down, so the complex, deep state funding apparatus that sustains this channel was momentarily interrupted before we got the Saudi royal family on it. Saw your debate with Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesus Christ. Don't watch videos that old. Why would you do that to me? Yeah, I didn't get my chorus check. I also didn't turn the lights all the way up. Yeah. Something around there. So what's up? Jane Goodall died? Yeah, sad that. She made it a long time, though, so, you know. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Why did I... Hold on. Oh, sorry. Normally, I choose a, I choose a window to have, like on the second monitor. I thought that I had selected the right one to be for OBS to display, and it was actually the Silksong speedrun that I was looking at, not the politics window. I had to fix that. I know you'll be mad at me, but I liked your research streams. Why would you be mad at me for liking my research streams? I like my research streams. The only problem is that every single day, right now, you can't be scholarly when there are bombs falling. You know, the books keep getting blown out of your hands. The pages get all tattered. Very, very, very difficult to focus on that sort of thing, given the environment we're in right now. So we'll see. Had you thought of spiking your hair up in the front with some product, like some Guy Fieri shit? Yeah, why not? Dude, wait, hold on. Speaking of my hair, 1 second. This is fucked up, man. I have an errant mustache hair that's like tickling my nose. 1 second. They don't tell you that. You know, there's no rule in God's book that says all of the hairs on your face have to go in the right direction, because they don't. They just don't. It's not true. You know? It's not true. People forget that. Well, anyway, you guys hear the government shut down?
With no end in sight to the government shutdown, the Trump administration is warning it could begin firing federal workers as soon as today. Senator Ted Cruz welcomes the idea of using the shutdown to downsize the federal bureaucracy.
President Trump is going to use that as an opportunity not to tell people you're furloughed for a few days, but instead to send pink slips and to get rid of left-wing bureaucrats who are imposing left-wing priorities that are contrary to President Trump's priorities. I think that is fantastic, and what it's going to do is it's going to cause Democrats in Congress to scream and weep and gnash their teeth.
The shutdown could leave more than 750.
It is cool how they don't even pretend to serve the American people anymore. It's all lay epic trolling. It's all vindictiveness, but I suppose that's the whole point of being in the MAGA coalition, right? What's the quote? The reason people like Trump is that on a long enough timeline, he will humiliate someone that you hate. Yeah, so the shutdown is happening. The Republicans are using this as an excuse to do away with everything that they were already going to do away with. They are already breaking the law, after all. The Republicans have been nonstop cutting congressionally appropriated funding, which is illegal. They've been doing it anyway. The Supreme Court, via a shadow docket decision, recently gave the Trump administration permission to cancel foreign aid that was allocated by Congress. Of course, the fact that they specified the foreign aid specifically was so the conservatives on the Supreme Court could give the Trump administration excuse to get away with the U.S. aid cuts they did. Not content merely with violating that law and having the Supreme Court okay it later, they've decided to just go ahead and do a bunch of domestic cuts, which they've been doing anyway. One of the first things that they did, in the recent days, in this long string of cuts and proposed cuts, is that they cut green energy projects. Now, hold on a second. 1 second. Let me see if I can find a map for this real quick. Green energy. Let me see if I can find a map of, here we go. Which states had their green energy projects cut? The blue ones are the ones that have been canceled. Do you notice a pattern? Yeah. So all of this, of course, is illegal. Like unambiguously. You could, it's just immediate, impeachable, legally challengeable, but it doesn't matter, right? Some of this will get challenged in the federal courts. Some of it will make its way up to the Supreme Court, in which case they will rubber stamp anything the Trump administration does. In addition to this, they're threatening to fire a bunch of federal workers, not just furlough them, cancel a bunch of Democrat agencies, whatever the hell that means. And Trump today boasted about how he is meeting with Director Vogt, who is, of course, the architect of Project 2025. Trump has given up on pretending that he didn't know anything about Project 2025. He literally called him Director Vogt of Project 2025 fame in a tweet just a few hours ago.
All right, it is day 2 of the government shutdown, and there is currently no end in sight. The Senate will attempt another vote on funding Friday afternoon. House Speaker Mike Johnson did appear on CBS Mornings a short time ago and continued to blame Democrats. Listen.
The president and Republicans in Congress do not want a government shutdown. We are bending over backwards to prevent it because real people get hurt. The Senate Democrats, 44 of them, have now voted 3 times to shut the government down. And here's what's going to happen, Tony. Real Americans are going to suffer from this. You have veterans benefits, food nutrition programs for women, infants, and children that are being stalled. You have health services that will not be provided. We have troops, TSA agents and Border Patrol agents now going to work without pay. There's real damage.
Speaker Johnson is also speaking at this hour in our congressional.
Yay. The Republicans want the shutdown, of course. They benefit from both the shutdown and from no shutdown. Because they can get to do whatever they want in either case. They're breaking the law anyway. It literally doesn't matter. There's no rules. They're just doing whatever they want. According to Jeffries, the White House hasn't even spoken to him or Schumer since Monday. So there is no effort on the side of the Republicans to end the shutdown. There's no negotiations being had. They're not conversing. They're not talking or trying to meet any agreement. They're fine with this. This could go on as long as they want it to. It's really just a matter of how long until the Democrats fold and vote for the Republican funding bill, which would, of course, get rid of would fail to maintain the the Obamacare healthcare premium tax rebate, which is so Obamacare, because it's dog shit legislation, really does nothing to prevent health insurance companies from gouging the fuck out of you, which is what they do and what they've always done. It's only gotten worse with time. And this tax rebate essentially is a way the government subsidizes the health insurance industry by cutting you a check to recoup part of the cost that you incurred paying those insane healthcare premiums. It's a direct subsidy from the federal government over to the health insurance country. I might as well be health insurance country. However, without those tax rebates re-upped congressionally, the cost of health insurance for a lot of people is going to increase enormously.
Team is monitoring what else he has to say, so we'll keep you up to speed on that if he says anything significant, although, again, they're not voting until Friday. Meanwhile, what are the Democrats saying? Well, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren defended their position earlier, also on CBS Morning. She says Democrats are working to protect health care and Republicans refuse to negotiate with them. So here's a little bit of what she had to say about that.
We're ready to negotiate. We have had...
Yes, right after the 2026 midterms. Most of the really terrible stuff that Trump and the Republicans are voting for, or the higher taxes for poor people or the lowered aid or government subsidies, doesn't kick in until after the midterms for some reason.
And now 3 months, we've been begging the Republicans to come to the table and negotiate. You know how many negotiations there have been? 0. And the Republicans are saying they won't negotiate when there's not a shutdown. They won't negotiate when there is a shutdown. So far, they won't negotiate at all. We are only fighting not to expand the money that's spent on health care, just to roll back the cuts so that what health care coverage people had last June, they will still have.
Doesn't that mean if the Dems win back Congress in the midterms, they can undo it before bad things happen? No, that is not what that means. They could not do that.
In October, November, December, and going forward.
All right, let's bring in CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman. So, Willie James, other than some silly
double post, but the Dems made this video on it. Yeah, I've seen their video. Incredible stuff, really, and more effective than anything Schumer's been doing. But here's the world we live in now.
Republican and Democrat kiddies cannot agree on what should be funded. Democrat kiddies want you to have health care. Republican kiddies do not. Republican kiddies control the Senate, House, and the White House, so they're using that to cut your health care and give money to billionaires. Democrat kitty tries to negotiate, but Republican kitty keeps running away. He has a vacation to get to. Uh-oh. Suddenly the money you pay for your health insurance has tripled. Thanks, Republicans. Republican and Democrat.
Very nice. Even when producing, AI voice Gen Z slop like this, this video got record interaction, over 700K likes, 5 million views on TikTok. Listen, I don't have a problem with the Democrats formatting stuff like this, okay? I like what wins. My problem is that it doesn't go hard enough. Again, the Democrats need to wake up to this, and they're never going to, and I hate them for it. The Republicans are evil. They like death. They like suffering. They lie as easily as they breathe. Every Republican leader at every level is affirming this, internally and externally, okay? You aren't going to get anywhere by framing it as though it's a fundamental disagreement or a mistake, you know? The disagreement here is just over life and death. At the end of the day, that's it. Like, I'm seeing shit like this still from the Democrats. Is J.D. Vance a liar or just woefully ignorant when claiming the Democrats want to give health benefits to undocumented immigrants? Who does this rhetoric work on? Absolutely nobody. You need a strong moral arm to be able to win out in situations like this. Of course he's a liar. Everybody knows he's a liar. Anyway.
Memes that we've seen from the White House. What is the latest word from the administration on what's happening, and specifically the comments the president has made about shutting down certain agencies?
Yeah, that's right, Vlad. The president is calling these Democrat agencies in a post.
Also worth noting, all the Hatch Act violations that have been taking place. Government agencies are not supposed to be openly partisan, for reasons that should be obvious if you think about it for like 2 seconds. Every single government agency right now is a Fox News. From the U.S. DOJ, Democrats have shut down the government. From the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the radical left in Congress shut down the government. From the Department of Agriculture, due to the radical left Democrat shutdown. The White House itself, well, you know. Holy shit, this is really bad. Yeah, well, we'll see how much of a difference it makes. The average person retarded enough to vote for Republicans in the first place probably already would have assumed this was the Democrats' fault. But it doesn't matter. If people suffer under a Republican presidency, they will blame the Republicans. Americans are stupid. They're like animals, you see. They can blame the Democrats all they want. Ultimately, they control the government. It's an anti-incumbency bias. If people are unhappy with the current president, it does not matter how much they blame the other side. The only exception that I can think of to this is actually in Obama's second term, when Obama successfully blamed the continued economic crisis from the 2008 financial crisis on the Bush years, and succeeded. So, no. Polling of people who are shown these indicates people blame Republicans more after seeing these messages from the government websites. It's like the problem with how like the Department of Homeland Security Twitter account is run by a neo-Nazi who posts neo-Nazi memes, you know? This shit only works with their core fan base. The kind of person who would be convinced by stuff like this already supports the Republicans. Their life is already a nonstop 24/7 oorah oorah like marching band against progressivism. They don't need the extra convincing. This does come across like really off-putting to most people though. You've gone your entire life. Imagine you're some like 45-year-old Minnesotan, apolitical. You've gone your entire life basically not giving a shit. You just work your job, you've got kids, you've got a wife, and then all of a sudden everything turns into a fucking Nazi rally, you know? The louder and more obvious they are with it, the more they draw ire. And like the Department of Homeland Security's biggest posts usually are the ones that appeal to a more, I wouldn't say bipartisan interest, I'd say more like general law and order rhetoric. But the like hardcore neo-Nazi stuff, like I believe the DHS recently posted a Giga Chad meme, very topical, very not at all dated, saying like terrorist deported, communist deported, globalist deported. And for the most part, people were dogging on it, you know? This shit only appeals to people who already agree with you.
On True Social, he talked about how he is meeting with Russ Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, which sent out a memo to agencies last week warning of firings. On top of that, furloughs. Now, of course, mass firings would certainly be an escalation, a tactic that Democrats are essentially blasting. And the president today, they are posting about this meeting and saying that he's going to look at these Democrat agencies, he says, in his
He of Project 2025 fame. They will suffer no consequences for admitting they lied about knowing about Project 2025. You know, this polling data is actually pretty surprising, I have to say. Most U.S. voters, 33% surveyed, said both parties would be at fault for a shutdown. Yet between the two parties, about 26% said they would blame congressional Republicans and Donald Trump, and 19% pointed their fingers at Democrats. That's astonishing to me. Considering how partisan the rhetoric has been, I would expect almost every Republican voter in America to say it's singly the fault of the Democrats, you know? Only 19%? I would expect this number to be more like 30 or 40%. Only 19% means a significant number of Republican voters are blaming both parties, which is, you know.
Words, most of which are a political scam, and he's going to talk to Russ Vought about recommendations in terms of what cuts need to be made. Unclear what cuts that are going to come after this meeting that the president will hold. But still, nonetheless, the president threatening to do this within the coming days as we continue to deal with this government shutdown. In day two, we, of course, know the White House has really casted the blame towards Democrats, saying...
Can you explain any reason why I should care the government shutting down if I'm not a government employee? Sure. So if you rewind the stream VOD, which you can do on YouTube even while the stream is live, by 19 minutes, I will begin what I call a segment where I talk about the effects of the shutdown and what the Republicans are going to do with it. If you want more information, that, like, in addition to what's already been discussed, I mean, besides the broader stuff, right? The fact that a shutdown means federal workers aren't getting paid and so on, you know, a wide variety of government, federally regulated and managed government services are being shut down. Workers are being, you know, set aside because they can't be paid. It leads to a slowdown and in some cases a complete, you know, shutdown of the federal government. It's the federal government, you know? Like, obviously this one's bad, but before this, I was always like, who cares? Well, respectfully, Sockscar, the reason why you in the past have probably said, who cares, judging from your posting history, is because you're still in high school. You might not directly affect it. Your educational system is run at a municipal or state level, or possibly private. You probably don't interact with the federal government that much. Most government institutions aren't federally controlled, after all. You know, you usually interact with stuff at a more local level. This stuff does matter quite a bit. Short-term government shutdowns usually aren't that big of a deal, but it's worth noting that no other country has these. No other country, or at least no country worth noting, has these government shutdowns. Doesn't happen elsewise, right? Where else is this happening? It's insane. We effectively have like a permanently frozen legislature, and that legislature has to agree to highly controversial, highly partisan budget bills and debt limit increases every single year, or the federal government shuts down. That is insane.
That they're unwilling to keep the government open. Democrats are blaming Republicans, saying that they won't negotiate, such as you saw there from that statement from Senator Elizabeth Warren. So still, we're at a stalemate here in terms of those negotiations. And as you mentioned, no vote scheduled today. Potentially, we could see a vote happen later this week on Friday. But it's anyone's guess in terms of if and when this government.
But I don't like the legislature, so if they're shut down, I think it's good. Well, it doesn't really shut down the legislature. It does to an extent, but for the most part, it shuts down the federal government, which includes, you know, widely, directly and indirectly, millions of workers, right? If you rely on travel, if you're using an airport, if you rely on, say, for example, government benefits, Social Security, Medicare, any interaction with the federal government, they all have the potential to be slowed down or stopped. That really depends on the extent to which federal workers are willing to continue working in spite of not getting a paycheck or what's deemed an essential service. Again, usually the severity, it's really variable.
Shutdown will end, Vlad.
All right. And so what's next as far as the White House and their appeal to lawmakers? I mean, is the president at least trying to bring the two groups together?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't look like that is happening. Remember, the president met with the top leaders earlier this week at the White House. And after that meeting, Democrats really dug in and said that they want to be able to not only help.
Do we just not do government or civics in school anymore? Jesus fucking Christ. In fairness, a government shutdown isn't really the sort of thing you would expect a lot of children to have to be taught. Also, a lot of you are adults and know even less than the person that I was just roasting. You know, don't lean too much in the comedic roast lest my eye turn to you. Don't get cocky, okay? There are plenty of 20-somethings in my audience who know less than jack shit about how any of this works. Every day I stream about this stuff and I have people asking me the most bizarre, inane questions. And I know they're Americans. You just don't pay attention, okay? Yeah, tall poppies get cut, all right? Now like and subscribe.
American people with health care, but also talk about providing that funding, those extended Affordable Care Act tax subsidies, as the senator mentioned there. That's their position. We saw Republicans and we saw the vice president come out yesterday during the press briefing, blame Democrats and say essentially that they're holding government funding hostage. The Republicans have put forward a plan that calls for a continuing resolution, kicks the can down the road, keeps government funding at the same levels until November 21st. We have seen that fail, and the Senate's already passed the House. So Republicans.
Ballroom is number one priority. Ah, excellent. Well, we'll see how it goes. I'm taking the accelerationist position on this. I want maximal suffering, as long as people blame the Republicans. Keep in mind, right now, the Republicans are fighting to put forward a resolution that would significantly increase the cost of health insurance for the vast majority of Americans who have health insurance. It's psychotic. That's what they're fighting for. They talk about it as though it has to do with undocumented immigrants getting medical care, which doesn't really have anything to do with it. Undocumented immigrants typically get medical care in the form of visiting the emergency room. Emergency rooms don't turn away people. Emergency rooms don't check your citizenship status before treating a bullet wound in your side. I know that's crazy to imagine. That's the benefit they get, and they rack up very large bills doing it. While I'm on that topic,
Caroline, should ERs check immigration status before treating a dying patient?
I'm sorry?
Should ERs check for immigration status before treating a dying patient?
should emergency rooms check a person's immigration status before providing treatment?
That's probably not a question for me to answer. I think that's a question for healthcare professionals and legal experts to answer.
I understand why I'm asking you, because
This is explicitly the world that they are fighting for, by the way, because it's the logical conclusion of what they're advocating for. For one, if you're undocumented and you get sick or injured, you just die. There's nothing you can do. And for two, if you, a citizen or a documented immigrant, want to use the emergency room, the doctors then have to fret over proving your immigration status. Which, how exactly would they do that if you got into a car accident, you were a passenger, and you didn't have your wallet on you? What could they possibly do? A body is dropped off at the ER. Nothing is known about that body. They don't have any identifying information. Better wait a few hours. Call the police in, see if they can't run an investigation. That is what they're advocating for.
Republicans have been saying that Democrats want to give benefits to undocumented immigrants, even though it's against the law for them to get these benefits.
Let me ask you, do you think that illegal aliens should receive Medicaid benefits? Medicaid benefits that go to the most vulnerable people in our country. That Medicaid benefits that were designed to...
This is a deflection. We're talking about illegal immigrants using the ER. But also, yes, I do think they should get Medicaid benefits. They work.
Help low-income families and Americans in our country. And what the Biden administration...
And they are low-income families in this country.
But what the Biden administration did, Gabe, is they allowed tens of millions of illegal aliens from all over the world to come into our country, yes, and they paroled them into the system. And you cover immigration, and you know well, it was a complete abuse of our immigration system. And they slapped a Band-Aid on these illegals. They called it temporary protective status. And then they allowed those illegals from all over the world to get free benefits. And you know who would like free benefits? Hardworking Americans who work their butts off every day, who are living paycheck to paycheck because of the Biden-induced inflation crisis. And there were higher wait times at hospitals under the Biden administration. We saw these illegals committing crimes all over.
You know what's really going to increase wait times? When your ass gets hauled into the ER and you can't immediately prove that you're a citizen. Oh, you have a driver's license? That doesn't necessarily prove anything. Sorry, we got to pull your birth records. Just wait there for a bit with your, shin bones sticking out. When your local hospital shuts down? Yeah, a bunch of hospitals are getting shut down. Lack of federal funding. Again, I'm in a position here. I'm advocating for maximal suffering, especially to rural areas. And listen, I know there are good folks out there. I'm just talking demographics here, all right? I'm sorry for the collateral damage, but it seems like the only thing that's going to motivate this country to move forward from this era is everyone is just worse off because of this administration. There is a reason why the administration keeps backlogging some of their worst cuts to after the midterms. They know perfectly fucking well what they're doing, okay? They're well aware of what the consequences of what they're doing are going to be. There are limits to what you can get away with. China maintains, the Chinese Communist Party maintains their power because they've lifted like 1 billion people out of poverty, all right? Nazis, they presided over more or less the end of the Great Depression and its effects over Germany. You need some kind of economic miracle or the improvement of people's living conditions to earn their trust enough to get away with what you're about to do. In this case, that shit is not happening. You check the job reports lately? We'll talk about that next. If you check the job reports lately, we're not getting that initial gift of good faith. No. Not this time.
Our country, and they're getting things for free. That is fundamentally unfair, and this administration is not going to support it.
Should ERs, if a person comes in with a stroke or a bullet wound or is bleeding out, should they ask for immigration status before treating that person?
Gabe, I don't speak for emergency rooms across the country. I speak for the President of the United States, and that's what he believes on this policy. Nancy.
They would absolutely deny people the emergency room coverage until they've proved their citizenship, if they could. That's not really like up to the president, though. That's not really something that can be done there. She seems irritated by this. That's literally, she talks this way every day. Her job is to get a good question and then to get really offended by it and then answer a different question. She does it hundreds of times every day. That's not an exaggeration. If you actually watch one of these, It's the same for every question. What didn't she answer a question once by literally responding, "How dare you?" or something like that? Didn't she? Hold on. Can I find that? If I just look up Levitt on Twitter, can I? It's like, wouldn't it be one of the top clips because it was really Let me see. Here's her saying that she disagrees with the Pope when the Pope said that treating people inhumanely is bad.
A comment that's gotten a lot of global attention.
Oh, here we go. I don't care about this. You know she's evil. Here, this one.
How did the White House decide that it is appropriate for Jared Kushner to be working on matters that involve Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, 3 countries that combined have given him more than $2.5 billion for his investment firm?
I think it's, frankly, despicable that you're trying to suggest that it's inappropriate for Jared Kushner, who is widely respected.
How dare you? How dare you? This is her response to everything, man. Any like remotely difficult question, she responds the exact same way. Widely respected. This like unelected fuckwit. Yeah. Billionaire. Saudi stooge. Soy fascism? I would posit there's no other kind of fascism. I would make that argument. Anyway. How do we title this, folks? What do you think? What are you feeling? Do you play Silksong with keyboard or controller? I'll answer that in a way that should allow you to determine the answer. I'm not a psychopath. Listen, the Trump shutdown continues. Trump shut the government down. I think I might have to pitch something to the editors here. Not thinking of something. Here, let me hand this over to the editors. 1 second. I didn't stream yesterday, which means they don't have a segment on the backlog. Let me send that over and message them really quick. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Why can't my hair ever do something I want it to do, man? I gotta get a haircut again. I have such nice hair and I don't know how to do anything with it. Something Trump shut down. Something they want you dead. Something they're gleefully evil. Can't think of a title, but that's the tone. There we go. I'm a good boss. We want a something emote. What is a something emote? What are you talking about? You know something? Okay. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You sound insane to me. You sound mentally ill. You're not? No, I'm a different kind of fella. All right. While we're on the topic. No, that's fine, Twitter. I didn't want you to load quickly anyway. I want the epic trolling. Damn it, where is that video? Can't find it. How unfortunate. MR.
We are monitoring
No.
the White House press briefing where Caroline Leavitt has just begun speaking to reporters. Standing near her, you might notice that there's a seal on the podium, is Vice President J.D. Vance, a last-minute guest at the briefing we just learned.
Howdy.
That's right, and he's a former senator, right? So that is not a coincidence, I think, because right now
it looks like
supported opening the government. The Chuck is another hand, and that's certainly voted along of a shutdown.
Where in this video does JD Vance talk about how he's epically trolling the Democrats by putting Jeffries in a sombrero?
The president's been posting some images of Leader Jeffries and Senator Schumer recently. You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also...
Epic meme here. I don't care. Thanks, Hakeem Jeffries. They actually entered the press conference, the White House press room. They had the AI video of Chuck Schumer talking about how his message is bullshit and Hakeem Jeffries was in a sombrero. They had it playing up on the TVs behind the podium. They're really leaning into this. Gavin Newsom's team released this video of Fat JD Vance talking about couches. Oh, I saw this one. This one was pretty good, actually. Again, a demon tech, but we're in a demon world. We're in hell, right?
Hello and welcome to my show, A History of Couches. I'm your host, JD Vance. And we've got a special episode for you today. Some artifacts shape nations, others shape desires, few shape both. The Chesterfield couch is one of them. Commissioned by Lord Philip Stanhope, the 4th Earl of Chesterfield, this sofa was designed for posture, elegance, and control. Deep button tufting, rolled arms, a back and sides of equal height. A design that did not merely support the body, but contained it. Once reserved for aristocrats, the Chesterfield spread into libraries, parlors, and now living rooms worldwide. But its allure has never diminished. There are rumors that I once had an...
Leather couches are kind of mid. Actually, leather couches rock if they're actual leather. But none of us can afford an actual leather couch because that shit's insanely expensive. The quote-unquote leather couches you're familiar with, and I'm familiar with, because I've only sat in a real leather couch once, are made of plastic, which does not feel good.
Counter with a Chesterfield, people exaggerate, twist the truth. But when you sit on one, you understand where such stories come from. The Chesterfield isn't just furniture, it's an experience, and some of us know that a little too well. Thank you for watching A History of Couches.
That's great. Man, I really wish... I'm surprised nobody's found this for me. Can none of you find the video or perhaps an image of those videos playing on the TVs behind the podium? Like, just that is what they... It's this one. Like, they literally... The White House press pool walked into this video playing in the briefing room.
Coded. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens...
That one. You retweeted it? Oh, well, it should have been easier for you to find faster, huh? There we go. Jesus Christ. Put that in the thumb. It's great, huh? The world we live in now. It's like, I don't know. It's like their elevator music. You probably see this shit in Chud bars. Racist deepfake. Can I be real? Okay, can I be real? Can we stop calling this racist? It is racist, but like, it reminds me of the scold thing. Like, for one, they like racist. Okay, wait, Dana, I want to clarify. It's not racist because the sombrero. It's racist because of the not even blacks will vote for us. That's the racist part. I don't know why the sombrero is the racist part. Wearing a sombrero isn't racist. But why are we, like, why even do that? Like, is that the problem with it? That the White House is being racist? The White House is always being racist. They're racist every day. Is that the noteworthy thing here? As the Trump administration insists it's serious about negotiating an end to the government shutdown, a pair of racist deepfake videos mocking Democrat leaders played on a loop in the White House briefing room for hours on Wednesday.
On the sombrero thing, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries said it was racist, and I know that he said that, and I honestly don't even know what that means. Like, is he a Mexican American that is offended by having a sombrero?
Me either, buddy.
I mean, I saw one of the major TV stations put the meme up and then say this is AI generated, and he had like the curly animated mustache too. It's like, do you really not realize the American people recognize that he did not actually come to the White House wearing a sombrero and a black curly animation mustache? Like, give the country a little bit of credit. We're all trying to do a very important job for the American people. The President of the United States likes to have a little bit of fun when he's doing it, and I think that's okay. I'll take one more question.
Just a bit of epic trolling, guys. Just a little bit of epic trolling. It's crazy shit like this works than the Democrats, because the Democrats are so, like, socially illiterate. They're so bad at reading the room and understanding and keeping up with public culture, you know, like common culture. They don't have a response to stuff like this.
You've said that you're interested in good faith negotiations with these leaders, but you know, what message does that send? Is it helpful to post pictures of Leader Jeffries in a sombrero if you're trying to have good faith talks with him?
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith
I'm
while
having
also
a good
poking
time.
a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even, you know, poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the President of the United States about that. Now, to your...
The response is a deepfake video where Schumer and Jeffries interview Trump about Epstein and Trump admits it all. Genuinely, a deepfake video of Trump just, like, sitting at Mar-a-Lago and talking about how much he loves little girls with Jeffrey Epstein would be the perfect response, you know? Keep in mind, like, okay, right now, at this exact moment, the government is shut down. Not only is it shut down right as they were about to vote on releasing the Epstein files, but Mike Johnson, the House Majority Leader, is preventing the swearing in of Grijalva, the newest special election appointed Democrat Congresswoman, because she would be the final vote needed to bring it to the floor, a vote on the on releasing the Epstein files. Like, Mike Johnson is so afraid of the Epstein files getting voted on that he is blocking a congresswoman from doing her job in order to prevent it. Like, the Republicans are still conspiring to prevent the files from being released. It's basically it's like a 90-10 issue, man. Democrats, not just Democrats, independents and Republicans want the files released. Everyone wants the files released, except for, like, extremely hardcore Republicans and, of course, the politicians. So why aren't Democrats responding with that? Like, seriously, what stops them, you know?
This is a pure guess from the Vice President of the United States, because I think you already saw some evidence that moderate Democrats are cracking a little bit. They understand the fundamental illogic of this. Look, for years, every single one of us, we can remember Barack Obama on the White House lawn. We can remember Chuck Schumer. We can remember, you know, Nancy Pelosi for years. In Chuck Schumer's case, for literally decades, we've heard them say, you don't shut the government down over a policy disagreement. Okay, Republicans think this thing about health care, that thing about health care. Democrats think this thing about immigration. Republicans disagree. Whatever those disagreements are, you don't shut down the government over it. For the first time since the Democrats have been in politics, they're now saying that unless we get every policy item that we demand, we're going to shut down the people's government. They're trying to take a hostage, and we're not going to let them.
And the administration announced today that $18 billion bound for New York transportation projects is going to be frozen so it can't go to DEI programs there. But the timing of this, does announcing that today...
Yeah, in addition to canceling green energy projects only in blue states, they're also cutting billions from New York City specifically. You know, in addition to, you know, paying off Eric Adams to get him to drop out of the race to consolidate votes behind Schumer.
I mean, you guys are going to squeeze Chuck Schumer's home state until he blinks.
Look, I haven't talked to Russ about this morning, but look, I'm sure that Russ is heartbroken.
Did I say Schumer? Cuomo.
the fact that he's unable to give certain things to certain constituencies. We want to do everything that we can to help the American people, but when the Democrats shut down the government, we have to...
But I repeat myself, like, Schumer supports Cuomo, so, you know, Schumer and Trump both want Cuomo to win.
Actually do a little triage to make sure the most critical and most essential services are provided. The government does a lot of things. Of course, Republicans think that the federal government probably does too much, but there are a lot of critical things the federal government does that absolutely all of us would agree need to do. Our troops need to get paid. Our air traffic controllers need to make sure that people are flying safely and on time. We need low...
It's interesting then that you know, one of the first thing the Trump administrations did was roll out, like, FAA cuts and try to cut the number of people working there, but okay.
Income people to be able to access the food services that are provided by the federal government. There are critical things
the food services
that need
you're
to be
cutting.
saved. We're going to do everything that we can over the coming weeks, if the shutdown lasts that long, to ensure that people get the essential services that they need, despite the fact that Chuck Schumer has shut down the federal government. It's not going to be perfect because we are in a government shutdown. We are going to have to lay some people off if the shutdown continues. We don't like that. We don't necessarily want to do it, but we're going to do
What? You don't like that? What do you mean? You've been gloating about it. Ted Cruz and Donald Trump have both been on TV being like, yeah, now you wanted the shutdown? Well, we're going to show you a shutdown. What do you mean? Fucking at least have a coherent message with your dishonesty. Like, be dishonest in a consistent direction.
We have to keep the American people's essential services continuing to run.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and thank you for being here. Yesterday, President Trump said, as a result of the shutdown, we'll be laying off a lot of people that are going to be very affected, and the Democrats, they are going to be Democrats. Has the administration asked agencies to target federal workers who they believe to be Democrats in these reductions of forces?
We're not targeting federal agencies based on...
I still think this is a fucking lie from them. I still think that they don't actually want the shutdown. They're just not willing to budge because the optics of conceding to the Democrats at this point would be really bad for them with how much they've been swinging their dicks around. Oh, we'll fire federal workers. They've already fired federal workers. They can do it if they want. They're currently rehiring federal workers off furlough, basically having given them a paid vacation. Like, who are you going to cut? Sure, gut the federal government, man. That's your federal government. You're the one using it.
Politics, we're targeting the people's government so that as much of possible of the essential services can continue to function. That is the question the president has asked the entire government is fundamentally, okay, we're in a shutdown. That causes some problems. The troops aren't getting paid. There's nothing that we can do about that while the government is shut down. But there are essential services that we want to make sure as much as possible they still continue to function. That is the principle that's driving us forward during this shutdown. It's going to continue to be the principle that drives us forward. But let's be honest, if this thing drags on for another few days or God forbid another few weeks, we are going to have to lay people off. We're going to have to save money in some places so that essential services don't get turned off in other places. That is the reality of the government shutdown that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats have.
Yeah, the messaging gap between like this and say Mike Lee is crazy.
This is what they're doing. They're doing it deliberately. It's going to harm them because Russ Vought, the OMB director, has been dreaming about this moment, preparing this moment since puberty. Russ Vought has a plan, and that plan is going to succeed in further empowering Trump. This is going to be the Democrats' worst nightmare. And
they can't get their messaging straight at all. Like, maybe this is one of the reasons why people blame Republicans for the shutdown, because J.D. Vance is talking to the White House press pool, being like, we don't want the shutdown is bad, we resent the Democrats for forcing it. And meanwhile, Mike Lee is like, we've been waiting for this, you're gonna pay now. Like the fucking Joker, you know, like gleeful. It's all mixed signals. Yeah, in my mind, it signals weakness, mostly. That's the consistent message there, really. They're not engaging in any messaging discipline, you know? This is BS business mentalist shit, Vosh. The inconsistency is the point. They were a lot more prepared for the shutdown after Schumer flubbed the surprise shutdown thing, but they're still incompetent. They might be relatively prepared for it, but they have no messaging discipline at all. They have no control of their own people. Like, the Democrats are useless, but the Republicans are all just grifting content creators, right? Like, all these people are just looking for a clip. Mike Lee isn't saying this on Fox News because he's like working in tandem with the party to advance a message. He's saying it because he wants the epic-based red pill clip so he can show it off to his coolest Discord friends, you know? There's no cohesion there. They're all just, they're all monkeys with a sword, you know?
Foisted upon the administration.
So what did he mean by they're going to be Democrats? He said they're going to be Democrats.
You've laid out a lot of the pain and problems that would come with a Democratic shutdown, and yet in the Oval Office yesterday, the president said that
they don't care about messaging discipline. The point is to be incoherent. No, that's not the point. That's just a consequence of their lack of discipline. Coherence is actually really, really, really important. Do you think the Nazis would have benefited if half of the Nazi propaganda officials were saying that the Jews aren't actually bad, the Jews are just misguided or something? Like, do you think that would have aided them in their goal of committing the Holocaust and all the other crimes they committed? Probably not. Like, you need messaging discipline to get that fascist line across. They benefit in some ways from incoherence, but for the most part, they are hampered by the fact that all of their all their politicians are content creator wannabes. So why can't they give a coherent message? Because they're all content creator wannabes.
a lot of good could come from a shutdown.
That's a false equivalence. You did it. You fell into my trap. You said something annoying enough that I can just ignore you for an hour. You forgot. Did you hallucinate? Did you think you were the streamer for a second? False equivalence. Fucking comparison to explain shit to you. All right, next time I won't even try to explain it to you. I'll just ban you right off the bat. I got my eyes on you. What's it? Dennis the Menace? What's your name? Dennis the Peasant. That's a memorable name. I'll be watching out for the next time you try to insert yourself in the conversation.
Square that circle is which is it, a Democratic-caused crisis or a Republican opportunity for reform?
Well, I think all the president is saying, Phil, is that he wants to make sure the American people's government functions as well as it can, despite the fact that we're in a shutdown. We're going to have to make things work. And that means that we're going to have to triage some certain things. That means certain people are going to have to get laid off. And we're going to try to make sure that the American people suffer as little as possible from this shutdown. That's what the president is saying, is that, yes, this is a bad thing. Obviously, the president is trying to reopen the government, but we're going to make things work as well as we possibly can, given the constraints that we have.
And then on those policy differences.
You haven't even mentioned who you want to cut. Trump is talking about meeting with Vote to cut Democrat agencies. What does that even mean?
For the discussion and the negotiation.
Like, again, while literally, like, at the same time that Vance is meeting here to talk about how contrite and how, mournful he is over the government shutdown, here's the Trump tweet. I have a meeting today with Russ Vogt, he of Project 2025 fame, to determine which of the many Democrat agencies, most of which are a political scam, he recommends to be cut, and whether or not these cuts will be temporary or permanent. I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. They are not stupid people, so maybe this is their way of wanting to, quietly and quickly, make America great again. He doesn't sound that broken up about it. I'm not going to lie. He doesn't sound that, he doesn't sound that upset.
To come later. During the Biden administration, Democrats twice voted to expand these Affordable Care Act tax credits, but those were supposed to be temporary and they were slated to expire at the end of the year. As you sort of crack the door open to negotiation at a later date, would the party that ran on defunding Obamacare really negotiate about potentially expanding Obamacare?
Well, Phil, what we've said to the Democrats is that we're willing to have a conversation about how to...
I fucking hate Obamacare so much, man. It was the most public-private partnership solution you could possibly come to in our healthcare system. It was literally like, what if we, by law, took all the problems with health insurance when covered and just broadly expanded it? Just everyone gets, insane. It was literally a Heritage Foundation plan for healthcare. It's just a massive wealth transfer. The tax credit the Democrats are trying to preserve right now is literally the government subsidizing health insurance. You know, if you pay $20,000 on your premiums or whatever, the tax credit, you know, kicks back $10K or whatever the fuck. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
Ensure that Americans continue to have access to health care, and frankly, they should have access to better health care at a lower cost. We inherited a mess of a health care system from the...
Yeah, goddamn, look at this. Estimated change in monthly premiums if subsidies expire. So at age 40, if you're making around 35, I love how for age 27, age 40, if you make a lot of money, it doesn't even affect you. These increases only affect you if you make less money. So if you make $35,000 a year, which is not much, at age 40, plus $132 a month, or what, $1,500-ish, thereabouts, ballpark, $1,500-ish a year, you know? That's not insignificant, you know? That's like 5% of your post-tax income increase. And then if you're old, well, God forbid you if you're old. For the lowest earners, free insurance could go away. It's a whole bunch of math and numbers. This shit's too complicated. I can't do math. I'm gay.
Biden administration.
I suck dick.
It's why the president has worked so hard on the most favored nation status for prescription drugs. It's why we care so much about lowering the cost of prescriptions and why we're doing everything else. We're willing to have that conversation, but I think it's important to bracket the healthcare policy conversation because it's separate from the government shutdown. We think that we can open the government and then have the conversation about what best healthcare policy to fit the needs.
Lie. Oh yeah, Republicans are definitely gonna. Oh no. Once you put forward the stopgap measure to open up the government, then we'll be amenable to a conversation about extending these healthcare benefits. Yeah, I'm sure. Of
the American people. That's all we're trying.
That's why we deliberately failed to renew them in this budgetary proposal.
Do. That's all we're trying to accomplish. We've got to reopen the government first. Now, Caroline, I don't know how you do this, how you actually choose people, because I don't know 90% of the names in here. Is it just who's the best dressed? Okay, I really like your shirt. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. You are president of the Senate. Can you talk about what you're doing, what the administration is doing to try to get other Senate Democrats to vote to open the government?
Yeah, we're talking to a number of our colleagues, Democratic and Republican in the Senate. I talked to a number of them last night. The president, of course, is talking to them as well. I think there really are two categories of demands that I've seen privately from congressional Democrats. I think on the one hand, those who are negotiating in good faith are saying, look, we just want to make sure that we're able to have a conversation with the administration about some of the critical needs that we see that need to get fixed over the next few months. We recognize it's kind of absurd, and a lot of them will admit in private that it's kind of absurd to shut down the people's government.
Store back in 1996.
Yeah, that's enough of that. So from these Republicans then, who are so interested in ending the shutdown, I'm sure, you'd be surprised to hear that they haven't spoken with Jeffries or Schumer in a few days.
The government shutdown, the spending talk stalemate here on Capitol Hill. Democrats so far not willing to bend on their demands for Obamacare subsidies to be extended and more. Here with me now is the leader of the
Even this, by the way, is a concession to the right-wing narrative. You should be talking flatly about money. Just in all caps, the Republican version of this bill will make your shit cost more. You will pay hundreds of dollars more per month for your health care. God, I hate his face. Jeffries could be the most competent politician in the world, and he's not. He's exceptionally incompetent. His face should be disqualifying enough. Nobody should be able to, like, a politician is a public-facing job. You couldn't be an actor if you had a face like this. You'd like a reptilian, like an inhuman, homunculus face that never expressed emotion. Why should you get to be a politician?
Democrats in the House, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat of New York. Thanks for being with me, Leader Jeffries. So you maintain Democrats are ready to come to the table anytime with anyone at any place on any spending agreement. Vice President J.D. Vance today said the president's open to coming to the table on health care once the government is funded. Where are we at negotiations right now?
Well, you think Schumer or Jeffries might have wanted to keep it open but got cut because Trump wanted to shut down? Well, if they wanted to, they could have directed their colleagues in the Senate to have voted for the resolution. So no, I think that Schumer and Jeffries are planting their heels in here, mostly on principle, which is kind of shocking. I actually am surprised they haven't folded yet. I really hope they don't fold. If they go long enough that the Republicans start to sweat over the shutdown, it might be the first thing they've really done that's impressed me. There have only been a few things the Democrats have done so far in this presidency that have impressed me. Senator von Leyen and his trip down to El Salvador being the standout moment for me so far. Obviously, Jeffries and Schumer have been so disappointing that I consider them morally equal. Van Hollen, thank you. I consider them morally equal to the Republicans, like as enablers, as accomplices. But if they manage to hold firm on this, von Leyen is EU president. That's where I got the name from. Thank you. If I recall correctly, Jeffries is actually mad about the sombrero thing, and it's making him double down on not folding, which is very funny. He does seem like a prideful guy, doesn't he? Like, again, Schumer seems to me like a person with no pride whatsoever. Schumer is aware of the fact that he is an evil demon person who exists to, back special interest groups in Wall Street. But Jeffries seems to get, like, I don't know. Every day, Jeffries posts something to social media, which is essentially like, I don't know. I feel like it's a thinly veiled, like, we should fight in the back alley Trump. But, like, he won't say that because he's a pussy. You know what I mean? It's like that say it to my face kind of stuff. He talks about himself a lot.
Haven't heard from the White House since the White House meeting on Monday. President has been behaving, somewhat erratically and in an unconventional fashion in the context of the government shutting down.
Bad language. It's not erratically or unconventional. It's evil and dishonest. Also, for the Monday meeting, remember, Trump had Trump 2028 hats on the table.
Clearly, they wanted to shut the government down. Unfortunately, we're ready to work together to bring it back open, but to do it in a way where we enact a spending agreement that's bipartisan, that meets the needs of the American people, while at the same time addresses the Republican healthcare crisis that is devastating everyday Americans all across the country.
So you said erratic, and I believe you used the word unhinged the other day.
I did.
Are you trying to draw a line between President Trump's acuity, his mental state, and what's going on here with the shutdown?
No. I'm actually referring to some of...
Weak. Call him senile. Call him insane. Weak.
His social media posts, which didn't seem to make a lot of sense.
The sombrero and the mustache?
Correct. Well, it would seem to me that as the President of the United States, on the brink of a government shutdown, if you actually wanted to bring everyone together to try to get to a resolution in a common sense, bipartisan way, that's not the type of behavior that we would see. So hopefully, moving forward, whether it's President Trump or Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Leader Thune, that we'll actually come together to have a conversation to figure out how we can get the government reopened immediately, stop this.
It's just unbelievable, man. There's no messaging the Republicans can engage in that is openly evil enough for this guy to say they are being evil. It's always tut-tutting, it's always moral grandstanding, and it's always like an appeal to bipartisanship. It is insane. Like, what do they have to do? Genuinely, what do they have to do before you're willing to say, well, they're just evil and lying? They are, and you know it. You're not, you don't believe any of this. You don't believe anything. Why would you not go with that rhetoric? You don't benefit from this. You're already on the other side of this conflict. You're not agreeing on or capitulating on the shutdown, at least not yet. So while you're on this side of the aisle, why not engage in the rhetoric that works? I don't actually think Jeffries is like paid money under the table to let the Republicans win. I think it's more complicated than that. I think that usually simplistic explanations like that are wrong, you know? Or if that is true, I think it's more true for Schumer. I think it's like a very complicated web of problems with Jeffries, and to a lesser extent with Schumer. I think Schumer is a lot more like knowingly evil. I don't know.
Pain that Trump is inflicting on hardworking American taxpayers, and at the same time resolve the
Is
Republican...
bipartisanship dead? Not only is bipartisanship dead, but so long as the Trump administration keeps illegally canceling congressionally appropriated funds, there is no point in the Democrats in Congress ever negotiating with Republicans on anything. Why would you ever bother negotiating the details of any expenditures through Congress if the president gets the final say? There is no point whatsoever. You should be like willfully obstructionist at this point. You should be like openly, aggressively antagonistic. You should not be trying to work within this system. Anything good you put forward, any money you put out there is just going to get canceled by he cut blue state green energy projects. Jesus Christ.
Healthcare crisis, particularly as it relates to the Affordable Care Act and their refusal to extend the tax credits, which is going to result in tens of millions of Americans experiencing dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles.
Okay, again, this is the core difference with the rhetoric. Stop saying the Republicans are doing this, which is going to lead to this. Say the Republicans want you to pay more for healthcare premiums. Stop with it, because you're leaving room for this, like, well, you're arguing on the details, or well, that we disagree on how to govern, or they're making a mistake. They're not. They want these things. That's not a lie. They do want these things. That is true. That is correct. They do want these things. Place blame. Use morally weighted language.
So right now, J.D. Vance says he's talking to other Democrats in the Senate. 3 Democrats, or 3 people that caucus with Democrats: Angus King of Maine, John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, Cortez Masto of Nevada. They voted to proceed for the continuing resolution. They only need 5 more Democrats. Are you worried at all about the more moderate Democrats caving?
Not at all. In fact, what I think...
Really a question for Schumer, not Jeffries, but I think J.D. Vance is lying here. I think J.D. Vance just said that because he wanted to make it sound like the moderate Democrats are being moved over and the radical left Democrats, the ones who want to continue the shutdown. I don't actually think the Republicans are making any effort to reach out to Democratic senators.
Constructive conversations are positive. I don't know that these conversations have been constructive, because for the last several months, what we've seen from the Trump administration is that they've adopted a my way or the highway approach. Now, if you adopt a my way or highway...
just unimaginably weak language, man. It's like it's the 1990s or something. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. They're illegally, unilaterally canceling congressionally appropriated funds. They are choosing to shut the government down and shutting out conversation because they want it. They want maximal suffering. They want to kill people. They are killing people. Why do you talk like this?
Approach, and then you drop on us a partisan spending bill that continues to gut the health care of the American people, then the reality is they are going to drive us toward the government shutdown.
The partisan spending...
No, they're not driving you towards the government shutdown. They're refusing to negotiate. You have offered to negotiate. They are objectively the ones at fault here. They're not driving you to do it.
Is that the one big beautiful bill or the continuing resolution? Because the continuing resolution just funds the government at the current level.
Well, actually, the continuing resolution that they have presented to the Congress is a partisan bill. House Democrats voted against it in March because it hurt veterans, hurt seniors, hurt children, hurt child care affordability, hurt housing affordability, and hurt health care, which is why we opposed it.
You're saying that Chuck Schumer then voted for a Republican partisan bill because he voted for that. So did 9 other Democrats in the march.
Well, Chuck Schumer did explain his views on the merits of that bill at the time.
Yeah, when he backstabbed the Democratic Party. When Jeffries, to your credit, you led the Democrats to vote against that bill, and then Schumer randomly caved right before the vote and whipped just enough Democratic senators to get it through. It turns out having like a weak, inconsistent party leadership actually looks really, really bad when you're, you know, critically examined.
I don't think he ever disputed that there were challenging parts of that legislation. The partisan bill is the one that's before us now.
Also, by the way, there's a huge difference, and I don't know why Tapper's lying here. That was an immediate stopgap, keep the government open bill. This was a a set of budgetary proposals that the Republicans knew the Democrats weren't going for, that they tried to ram through, knowing they didn't have the votes, and are refusing to negotiate with it with the Democrats. Also, here we're talking about like the continuation, the extension of tax credits. You know, we're talking about like a broader set of budgetary concerns. It's not just a little stopgap.
A bipartisan agreement on spending had actually been reached in December. Bipartisan majorities in the House and the Senate. Joe Biden signed it into law. Then President-elect Donald Trump blessed it as well.
So let me ask you about a provision that the Republicans are talking about quite a bit. I know you want to talk about and Democrats want to talk about.
Sorry, I don't know why I just asked the rhetorical question, why is Jake Tapper lying? That kind of answers itself. My apologies.
Extending the Obamacare subsidies, which expire at the end of 2025. But they talk about the provisions, and it's right here, subtitle E, and this has to do with the repeal of healthcare subtitle changes, and specifically what it is. How they characterize it is, you want to give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. I understand that's not really an accurate depiction, but what it does do is...
It's a lie.
It's a lie. But what...
Thank God. Thank God he said that. It's the lowest possible bar, but thank God.
You support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants and people who don't have health insurance. And also there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, but about their ability to get Medicaid. So they're non-citizens, they're not undocumented, they're not illegal. Why even include that?
It is objectively a good thing for people to be able to get medical care when they need it. And it is so satanic and unchristlike that we are even having this conversation. Like, this is a serious policy proposal. No. I actually think that ERs should have to wait an hour to check your citizenship status. And if you're not a citizen, they just toss you out in the street to literally like die on the road. That's what we're advocating for here. What we're talking about is getting rid of the Medicaid funding that allows these emergency rooms to function. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about, and not just for undocumented immigrants, for poor people as well, and for people who aren't even undocumented, but are asylum seekers or migrants or whatever else, people who are in the system. Not that it makes much of a difference to this administration. We're talking about like real evil, like in a biblical sense. Do you think Christ would think favorably of the Republicans here? A guy has a gunshot wound in the stomach. The doctors wait an hour to treat him to see if he's undocumented or not. He is undocumented. They literally throw him out into the street. That's what they're talking about.
In a bill, knowing that they're going to seize right upon that and use that to message. I understand that when you retake the House, you can get whatever you want passed. But at this point...
Well, what we're doing is fighting to protect the health care of the American people against the...
I wish Democrats would engage in this kind of moralistic language, man. Republicans love to talk about Jesus, but they act like demons. They're satanic, you know? They never actually do this. I don't know why. Like, you don't even have to... It's not even about the religiosity. It's just like they're so obviously satanic. It's not... I don't know. Just see, yeah, it's a layup. I just a little bit of moralizing language, please. I beg of you. Whatever. The Republicans are fighting to make this country satanic. Okay. We got a lot more shit. There's a lot of shit. You hear about how soybean farmers are mad again? We have to keep hearing from these people. I don't know why we listen to them, but I do. I like hearing them suffer. So the soybean farmers who cannot move any of their product at all because China was buying it, and now China is not buying it due to reciprocal tariffs. We basically locked ourselves out of the international soybean market because we're being undercut by other countries that have formed trade relationships that we're not going to be able to break. But funnily enough, one of the countries that China is forming a trade relationship with in this particular field is Argentina, a country that is taking advantage of the $20 billion bailout our government is running through, despite the government shutdown, to further those trade relations. So in essence, these soybean farmers voted for Trump probably 3 times in a row, and then Trump came to power, fucked them over in his first presidential term. Had to gutted the farming industry, had to provide subsidies to make up for it, and now in his second term, he's making things even worse than they were before, and rather than giving them money, they're giving Argentina $20 billion to undercut our soybean farmers. Very good.
Welcome back. Though a deal for TikTok was struck with China last week, huge disagreements remain in regard to technology and tariffs. China is already making clear the power it holds by stopping its purchase of American soybeans. Soybean farmers here are now suffering economically like they haven't in decades. Our Matt Rivers has this story from Nebraska.
Kennard, Nebraska feels a long way from Beijing or Washington.
It's
but
a small
as two
world.
economic superpowers wage a trade war, these amber waves of soybean are on the front line.
China has not bought a single export cargo of beans so far this year, which is not very typical.
And that's happening because of the trade war.
Correct. When China quits buying, our prices go down.
Scott Thompson is
The reason I think this is particularly funny and worth covering is because of this screenshot, which you might have seen. Scott Bessent here is reading a text. He's reading this publicly, and this got caught by a camera. Scott Bessent. Finally, just a heads up, I'm getting more intel, but this is highly unfortunate. We bailed out Argentina yesterday, and in return, the Argentines removed their export tariffs on grain, reduced their price, and sold a bunch of soybeans to China at a time when we would normally be selling to China. Soy prices dropping further because of it. This gives China more leverage over us. On a plane, but Scott, I can call you when I land. So the geniuses running our federal government, it didn't occur to them that bailing out a country with a large, soybean agricultural sector might exacerbate a problem where we're not competing in the international market for soybean trade. They actually didn't consider this. This didn't occur to them. The system works. Duped by the fourth kind of economy, Argentina. I genuinely cannot believe how much they are mismanaging this.
The soybean market's almost like the corn market as well, but soybean market is terrible.
Brennan Gilkinson is a soybean farmer in Fayette and Clark counties since graduating from school in 2000. Gilkinson says other than the 2012 drought, now is the worst point he's been in the business.
The prices are driven by supply and demand. We'd like to say it's all tariffs. Tariffs has a lot to do with it.
Soybean prices are dictated by supply and demand. Because of the 20% retaliatory tariff imposed by China, Gilkinson says China has turned to Brazil and Argentina for their soybeans.
Now Argentina, too.
This is bad for business because the largest importer of U.S. soybeans has yet to buy any. University of Kentucky Assistant Extension Professor Grant Gardner believes this may be part of China's negotiating strategy.
If you look at the base of the American farmer, they're loud. So the ag lobby is really loud.
We fucking know. They're like 1% of the population. They make up a smaller percentage of the population than service workers by an enormous amount. And for some reason, they never shut the fuck up.
Be in the president's ear constantly. And so one easy way to kind of push back on the United States is to make sure that they're not helping us out by buying beans.
Gilkinson says he isn't sure what he's going to do next, but adds he's not giving up.
You always fear the worst, but hope for the best. So,
dude, this isn't changing. The government might bail your ass out with, my taxpayer dollars. But China's not reopening the market to America. Why the fuck would they do that? Trump gave China the freest layup in the world, the easiest layup in the world. Gave them just open rein to undercut or to I guess facilitate the undercutting of our market.
What we need more than anything is access to markets on a level playing field, and that includes China. Right now with the
oh, I'm sorry, are tariffs bad now?
Trade war, and then the tariffs and retaliatory tariffs that have resulted, we're at about a 20% price disadvantage when it comes to what the Chinese have to pay for our soybeans versus the Brazilian soybeans. And the buyers there want our soybeans, and we need to sell them our.
Jesus Christ. Look at that. It's the tone Fox Business is taking.
Kelly, why won't China buy our beans?
Well, Stu, this is direct retaliation for the trade war between our two countries. China knows that American farmers are now losing their biggest customer. I mean, take a look at this. We know that China buys, from government data alone, more than half of all U.S. soybean exports last year, with $12 billion worth of soybeans sold to them. Now, according to the American Soybean Association, we know that China in the last 5 years has bought more soybeans than any other country.
Does anyone else feel like these soybean interviews are a complete soybean farmer interviews are a complete waste of time unless the interviewers also ask who they voted for? Like, I really feel like it's an important part of the story, you know? But they never talk about it, man.
The Trump administration admits farmers are not doing well under President Trump's tariffs, most especially soybean farmers. The, quote, collateral damage, as Politico puts it, in the president's trade war with China. Since May, China has not purchased a single U.S. soybean, not a one, according to the American Soybean Association, turning instead to Brazil and Argentina. That last country there, one that the Trump administration decided to send a $25 million aid package, a bailout that could be backfiring, according to Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins.
Thanks for having me, Katie.
All right, so I thought it was interesting seeing what Brooke Rollins said to reporters there at the White House and the way that she spoke to the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Why might she be so worried about the soybean market?
Well, like we talked earlier, we went from 12 billion to zero. And then, you know, as a farmer, we get up one morning and you give Argentina, which is our second biggest competition in the world, they're the largest exporters of soybean meal in the world. So I get up one morning, I turn the news on, and you give 20 billion.
Corn prices down 50%. Wow, no kidding. Corn prices have plummeted more than 50% from their 2022 peak. Jesus. While production costs are down just 3% in that span.
$1 billion of taxpayer money to my competition. And then the Chinese buy, I think the figure is 30 or 40 containers, ships, which is about 65,000 metric tons per ship, which is like 2.2 million bushels. So they buy 12 or 14 billion dollars worth of soybeans from the Argentinians after the tax holiday. And here's the caveat to it. They give $2.30 over the November board. Well, I'm getting 50 cents under the November board. So that makes the Argentinian soybeans about $12.42 a bushel. I think that's the real figure they gave. So all my premium went.
He's dead.
Scott, I just lost you there at the end. You said your premiums go?
They all went to Argentina.
Yeah. All right. She says that don't worry. It's a time of uncertainty, Brooke Rollins does. Hang on. Relief is just around the corner. What would that relief be? Do you see it coming?
Yeah. Whatever, sir. Who'd you vote for? Exactly. You know, these stupid motherfuckers, not necessarily this guy specifically, who I don't know anything about, but these stupid motherfuckers as a class of people are going to whine and whine and whine, and then they're going to vote for Trump again for a fourth time because they fucking hate black people, you know? Anyway, you know they're feeling the heat. Here's Bessent 2 days after receiving that leaked text message of where internally they were talking about how their Argentine bailouts really backfired and hurt the soybean farmers.
And Joe, to go back on the ag purchases and President Trump's phase one trade deal that was signed in January 2020, there were over 50 billion of ag purchases. The Chinese followed through during President Trump's term in 2020, and then under President Biden, their feet were not held to the fire for these ag purchases. And at the meeting in Geneva, when I asked them, why didn't you continue buying soybeans and the other products, they had one word. Guess what it was? Biden.
So that's the line then. You know it's bad when they're pulling this one out So this is like uniquely ineffective. Nobody believes this. Soybean farmers are aware of the fact that what's happening here is retaliatory tariffs. Like soybean farmers are plugged enough into their profession that they know this. They don't think magic is lowering the price of soybeans or preventing them from selling to China. Like, they're aware of the fact that it's a direct response, retaliatory tariffs. They know that the bailout went to Argentina. It's not going to fucking work. Canadian corn industry sales are up 35% at the moment, by the way, in fiscal year 2025. Nice. Hopefully we, you'll all continue to starve us out. So what happens to the soybean that don't sell? Waste? Yep. Thousands and thousands of metric tons of soybeans just rotting. Nowhere for them to even go. Like, it's difficult to even find places to put them all, you know? To a ditch. Oil 2021 all over again. Yeah, at least petrol keeps, you know? They use the soy for feed. That's why corn is crashing right now. Oh, that makes sense. Making the most of it, I guess.
Biden. Oh, that sounds like malarkey. Come on, man. All right, Treasury.
Wow, okay. I didn't expect that response.
Biden. Oh, that sounds like malarkey.
I guess that was so, like, obvious and brazen. It's difficult to pull this one off when you literally were photographed 2 days prior reading a text message of someone in your administration saying, oops, we fucked this one up. We fucked up and hurt the soybean farmers even more when we gave money to Argentina. It's pretty difficult to bounce off of that one, I guess. Jesus. CNBC is really funny, man. They're all evil finance people, but because they just care about money, like, they're not really big oorah MAGA guys, the way they talk about the administration sometimes is, like, incredibly entertaining. He doesn't even have, Besson doesn't even have a response. He's just tucking his neck even harder into the fucking shirt collar. Oh my god. Oh, I got a good title, okay? A lie so stupid, even farmers don't believe it. That's really good. What about Kowalski? Kowalski enjoys being a token. I'm sorry, what? I stopped looking at AP News for 1 minute. What the fuck is going on? Trump says U.S. is in armed conflict with drug cartels after ordering strikes in the Caribbean. Oh, sorry, I'll reply to this one. Vosh, how do those farmers stay so white? Because they don't actually do the farming. They have, like, hundreds and hundreds of farm hands, many of them undocumented, who do the actual work. They stay inside. They just insist on doing their interviews outside or while they're in a tractor or whatever to give them that old folksy. Like, they're, for the most part, they own the farm, right? Declared drug cartels to be unlawful combatants. U.S. is now in a non-international armed conflict following recent U.S. boat strikes in the Caribbean. Got officials Wednesday authorized to comment. What are we doing here, man? Where is this declaration? Is it in video form? Is there? Where is this declaration? The White House and the Pentagon did not respond to requests for comment. Multiple defense officials reached Thursday appear to be caught off guard by the determination. In what form was this information presented? The memo, startling in scope, Where's the memo? Memo Venezuela? Okay, there's a PBS article. Do you link to it? A Trump administration memo obtained Thursday by the Associated Press. You have it. Give me. You have it? No, this is the thing that I was just looking at. I don't want an article on it. I want to look at the memo. Does anyone have the memo? Where's the memo? I want to learn more about this new distraction from the Epstein files. No one has the memo. Great. Although friendly foreign nations have made significant efforts to combat these organizations suffering significant loss of life, these groups are now transnational and conduct ongoing attacks throughout the Western Hemisphere as organized cartels. The press can't leak it without government say-so? Well, they didn't say it was leaked. They just said obtained by the Associated Press. Here? What the fuck is this font? Why is it all bolded? For decades, the response to the flow of illicit narcotics in the U.S. has primarily relied on the use of law enforcement authorities. These efforts have been unsuccessful in stemming the tide of these ever-increasingly addictive and lethal drugs. The cartels involved have grown more armed, well-organized, and violent. They have the financial means, sophistication, and paramilitary capabilities needed to operate with impunity. They illegally and directly cause the deaths of tens of thousands of American citizens every year. Although friendly foreign nations have made significant efforts to combat these organizations suffering significant loss of life, these groups are now transnational and conduct ongoing attacks throughout the Western Hemisphere as organized cartels. Therefore, the president determined these cartels are non-state armed groups, designated them as terrorist organizations, and determined that their actions constitute an armed attack against the United States. In response, based on the cumulative efforts of these hostile acts against the citizens and interests of the United States and friendly foreign nations, the president determined the U.S. Wait, the language here is weird. The president determined that the United States... So this isn't a White House memo. Where is this coming from? What was the format of this release? Was this just intended for internal circulation? This sounds like an internal brief. This doesn't sound like a White House brief. The president directed the Department of War to conduct operations pursuant to the law of armed conflict, reach a critical point, moves forces self-defense, da-da-da. President's direction in compliance with the law of armed conflict, unflagged vessel. This is a memo from White House to Congress? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the Department of War appreciates the support of Congress in this action. Wow. This doesn't mean anything. No wonder members of the Pentagon were caught off guard when asked about this. This shit doesn't mean anything. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Exactly. Yeah. Hey, Congress, can you, like, support us as we continue to carry out extra legal strikes on alleged drug boats? What? I don't understand what the point of this is. Is this being done in tandem with something? A non-international armed conflict with terrorist drugs. So what? We're just going to keep striking shit out in other nations' waters? Well, okay, we were already doing that. So many buzzwords. Well, people in chat are arguing that it was written by AI, which is, yeah, probably true. The memo, startling in scope, signals a potential new moment not just in the Trump administration's willingness to reach beyond the norms of presidential authority to wage war, but in Trump's stated America First agenda. Well, I don't know what it suggests directly. I don't know what exactly it's suggesting. They can treat the cartels like Al-Qaeda, but they already have been. They're already saying this is old. The cartels are a designated terrorist organization. That's not new. This is like really ambiguous. They already did that. It doesn't make what they're doing right now legal. New York Times confirms U.S. plans for ousting Maduro in Venezuela. Is that what this is being done in tandem with? Is that the point? Are we invading Venezuela? Is it happening? No, this is from a few days ago. Unless the leak of this information like prompted them to ask Congress for their support, or they're trying to get Congress to support a declaration of war. When has Congress ever supported a declaration of war? That doesn't happen anymore. Everything is a fucking police action now. Dismantle Maduro's criminal structure. This all seems really, really, really incoherent. Like, I don't even know what this is meant to mean. Doesn't it mean Maduro's opposition is working with the U.S.? Not necessarily. They might be. I don't fucking know, but not necessarily. Isn't it still that one authorization of force for anti-terrorism we keep using? Yeah, we keep, using the same. You basically don't need Congress to wage war anymore. Rubio wants a precise operation. Of course he does. Yeah, I'm sorry. I maybe someone more knowledgeable than me has like a more pointed opinion on this. Like maybe they have a better idea as to what exactly this means. I genuinely have no idea. It seems like, for one, probably AI written. For two, incoherent, an appeal to congressional support. But for what? The strikes that they've been conducting on boats out in the Caribbean waters they don't require congressional support. They're already illegal, They're already just killing people at random. It's like, what here is new? I don't know. Whatever this is, I'm sure it's stupid. What's the point of this, especially now when there's a shutdown of government? It might just not mean that much. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, yeah, I did see that the farmers are potentially getting a bailout, which they'll need to every single year. So if our budget isn't already strained enough. Using billions in funding from an internal USDA account. What? The USDA's Commodity Credit Corporation Fund, which Trump previously tapped to provide $28 billion in farm aid during his first-term trade war with China, has just $4 billion left in the account. Yeah, you don't have any discretionary executive spending. You don't have any. Trump officials, including those of the Treasury Department, are looking at how to tap tariff receipts or other funding to supplement the payments without triggering a messy fight in Congress. How would you directly tap that money? Like, it hasn't been appropriated for those as part of a discretionary fund. Can't do it because the government shutdown has shuttered vast swaths of the agricultural department. Seriously, where would he get this money from? Also, he can't use the tariff money like that. The tariffs don't contribute to a sovereign wealth fund. We don't have, like, the Trump and his administration love to talk as though the tariff money is just sitting in a big vault somewhere. You know? They still control the treasury? That's not how it works. You know, when the government pays people, it doesn't, like, actually, like, the government doesn't take money from taxes and then there's a pile of money and then gives it out to people or whatever. The government creates money when they use it on stuff, and they destroy money when they tax it. This is an element of, like, MMT thinking that is correct, you know? A sovereign wealth fund is when you specifically allocate money like the way you would for a bank account, like in a traditional sense, money that you can use at discretion. But that money that's being eaten up by the tariffs, that's not being appropriated into any, like, discretionary spending source. That's not in a bank account or whatever. Like petty cash. Yeah, like petty cash, basically. Yeah, the Commodity Credit Corporation is a U.S. government corporation to stabilize, support, and protect farm income and prices. But it's tapped the fuck out, man. It's out. They're out of money. Thanks, FDR. The timing of the actual aid rollout's tricky, given it's unlikely to happen or even be possible during the ongoing government shutdown that shuttered vast swaths of the agriculture department. They've also moved to refill the internal USDA fund of the government funding fight later this fall. But that too will be a battle with Democrats. Wait, later this fall? When did this come out? This is from today. Okay, later this fall. Yeah, okay. Apparently, even at the earliest possible rollout date, even if they got the money, it's too late to save the farmers. I don't know what that means, too late to save the farmers. Like, do we have, like, some deadline at which point the financial burden borne by the soybean farmers will be too great? Because they've been out the water for months now, you know? We know they're not going to starve to death, at least. They all shot themselves. The Department of Agriculture has, like, a big ticking clock in the head office till it's like the great suicide date. The countdown.
Breaking news now coming to us from the White House. Eamon Javers joins us with more on this. Eamon, what do you have?
Contessa, we've got new reporting here from the Wall Street Journal just within the past couple of moments, putting a number now on that aid to farmers that President Trump has been talking about all week to basically bail out the farm sector from some of the damage that they've had from the retaliatory actions from China as part of the trade war. The Wall Street Journal reporting that the total package the Trump administration is considering now is between $10 and $14 billion in aid to American farmers. They caution that that is still maybe a bit of a moving target. Discussions are...
Okay, for one, that is not nearly enough because those soybean purchases are not coming back. And for two, where the fuck are you going to get that money from? The executive branch doesn't just have a discretionary... You don't have a bank account.
Are ongoing, and they're sourcing here people familiar with the conversations. We saw Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on CNBC this morning saying a bailout package for farmers could come as early as Tuesday. Not clear whether that is a set in stone date.
How the fuck would that come out by Tuesday? No, how, where? Money isn't magic, man. What are you... You're gonna you're gonna plot a bailout, find the money for the bailout, and then deliver it by Tuesday when the government is shut down? How?
For that bailout package, but clearly the details now taking shape behind closed doors, and the Wall Street Journal reporting that the total dollar value here could be between 10 and 14 billion. Remember,
doesn't the president have 5 billion at his disposal? 4 billion left in that account.
Some of those farmers have been really hard hit here because the Chinese have not ordered any soybeans at all from American farmers this year. That would normally be billions of dollars a year in transactions that those farmers are going.
So let's go to another subject now, if we might, okay? And Will, please.
Ask you about farmers, about the farmers.
Yes, go ahead.
What does that look like? Is that going to be direct checks to farmers, or is it going to be
well, we haven't decided that. We'll be dealing with Brooke later, and the Secretary of Agriculture, and we'll figure out how to get money to the farmers. And again, this comes out of
don't they still have like $400 billion in stolen appropriated money that they haven't spent the way they were supposed to? It doesn't quite work like that. If the government cancels on congressionally appropriated funds, that doesn't mean that the executive branch just has a pile of money that's left unspent. You know, you think of it, when the executive branch spends money, they're doing the second half of a magic spell that actually creates the money to be spent. They don't like pull the money from a bank account. The money didn't exist. Congress carved the room for it, and then the executive enacted it, and thus the money is created. So it's one thing to just not do their half of the magic spell and cancel congressionally appropriated funds, which is, by the way, illegal, and they're doing it constantly. But it's another thing to redirect those funds, because now you have to create the executive half of the magic spell without the support of the congressional half of the executive spell. It's not like impossible, it's just really difficult and finagly and can't really be done super duper quick. You need to pull it from like pre-existing discretionary funds or some kind of like actual bank account that gets filled by the Treasury, which you can do, but it takes time. And also the Treasury filling stuff is its own kind of magic. It's not just like literally piles of money moving around, you know? And also the government shutdown, yes.
Large amount, hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money that's pouring into the country. The tariffs, remember when I said a long time ago, I said it's the greatest word, it's my favorite word in the world. Then I had to say, I was forced to say other things, and of course, right.
Okay, if the money doesn't exist beforehand, how does this fit in with bonds? You mean when you buy a bond? It's kind of crazy, but when you buy a bond, the money gets destroyed and abstracted. It's like when you buy a bond, it isn't going to a government bank account, right? The money isn't like a real thing. The money that you bought the bond with is destroyed. And there's like a mathematical calculation of the relationship between the money that is eradicated, the debt that the government now owes you, and also what the amount of money they have available to them in the future is. The reason the government, you know, sells bonds and gets their money by selling their debt and so on isn't because they couldn't provide the money otherwise, but if they provided the money in a different way, it would destabilize the perceived legitimacy of the currency. It's kind of like how if the Fed wanted to, it could print infinite money, but if it just did that willy-nilly, the money would become meaningless and everyone would lose faith in the institutions that insure the money. Does that make sense? So the banks have no money? The banks have a very small amount of money compared to the total amount of money they control. Like they have a very, very small amount of actual money relative to the value of their holdings. Money is debt. Money is an abstraction. It is an abstract form that the government creates and maintains the legitimacy of in order to facilitate commerce within their jurisdiction. And the amount of money that actually exists, like in actual circulation, is a tiny fraction of the amount of money that exists in an abstract sense. The government, when it taxes you, doesn't take all of that money and put it in a bank account. It doesn't take like $4 or $5 trillion or whatever and put it in like the world's biggest bank account that they then pay out from or whatever. That money is just destroyed. It's just eradicated. Usually people don't send dollar bills when they pay their taxes. It's taken out of bank accounts or whatever. The money that's taken out of your bank account, it's not added to another bank account for the government. It's just eradicated as part of this big ledger that the government keeps track of in order to maintain control over this abstract system of like commodity and transactional management. Does that make sense? Anyway, sorry. It's very it's far more complicated than what I've described because I don't understand how all of it works. I'm just saying that the executive branch doesn't have a like bank account to pull from. Well, it actually has a few, but they need to have the money in them filled. They can't just like cancel $4 billion in foreign aid and then use that $4 billion somewhere else. It's the magic spell doesn't line up.
So love, family, religion. So I think I put tariff number 5. I was forced because the fake news did a big number on me. It's one of those little, but let's say it's my favorite.
What about the physical dollar bills? Those do actually exist, but the government maintains like a consistent circulation of them. And those are meant to facilitate like small grade transactions, you know? Like, you know, just people at a drugstore or whatever. It's just a physical representation of the same abstract concept. The reason I'm talking about this, just to round it all back, is because Trump keeps talking as though the tariff money that he's been raising, like the money he's been getting from tariffs, has been going into a bank account that he can use to pay for things, which is not how it works. The money that the government gets through tariffs is eradicated. The government keeps a ledger of the money they receive through tariffs, and by reducing the total amount of money in the money supply, right, because it's been tariffed, i.e. brought back to the government, the value of money overall, in theory, goes up because the government is destroying money. The more you tax, the less money there is in circulation, the more the remaining money is worth. And then they keep that ledger and they factor it into future budgetary considerations when they pay out to their workers and their tax rebates and their so on and so on. But it doesn't just go into a bank account.
5th favorite word, the word tariff, but it's making our country very rich. And when our country is rich, I'm able to help the farmers, and I'm able to help even other countries that are in trouble, you know. But we're able to help people that are in trouble. Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. It's all a benefit of this tremendous.
Like he's lying. What's with the money that's out of circulation? Like you said a while ago, that there is most likely massive amounts of money outside of circulation owned by billionaires. It's not most likely. We know that it is. Yeah, that's not a most likely thing. We know that for a fact. Yeah, but that has to do with the velocity of money. Okay, this is actually really fundamental to understanding like post-Keynesian economics and how you fix these problems in a modern monetary context. And I don't mean that MMT. I mean like modern, like now. Okay, I don't mean MMT. But MMT theorists are right on some stuff, but I disagree with them on some stuff, and I don't think their theories work that well if you're not the international reserve currency. Okay, like. Understand it this way, all right? Imagine that you have a total money pool of USD that is 10 trillion. No matter what, the amount of money that exists in the economy is 10 trillion. In reality, it's more complicated, but let's simplify, okay? Now, let's say that we're doing this in an unequal economic system like capitalism, where money flows upwards over time, right? So after a year of business transactions and so on, let's make it really simple. It's 10 trillion, and you give a bunch of money out to everyone in the economy in the form of like wages and supplemental checks and subsidies and tax rebates and so on. Everyone starts the year with a bunch of money, right? And then economic transactions take place. And over the course of a year, the money flows upward, right? You are, a regular guy. You don't own property. You don't own a business. You don't own the means of production. So when you spend your money, you are buying other people's goods and services. The money leaves you and goes to other people. Meanwhile, if you own a bunch of property or you own a bunch of businesses, in addition to the money that you received from the beginning, other people are giving you money. So money flows upward, right? The total amount of money in the economy remains the same, but over time, it becomes more unequal. People down there at the bottom have much less and are, trading for a pittance for what they can, working for a pittance. People at the top have an enormous amount, and they can get even more too, because once you have lots of money, you benefit from stuff like the economy of scale. There are more ways to make more money if you already have more money. Why does it flow up? That's just how capitalism works. So anyway, right? At the end of the day, everyone has the economy still contains 10 trillion. Now, the idea for taxation under a government, okay? The idea is that you pull money from the economy, eradicate it, and then redistribute, in this example, the same amount of money out to more equitably distribute it. So let's say you have a progressive taxation system like the US did back in 1946, and you tax a fuck ton of money from the wealthy, some money from normal people, and from the poor, nothing. You take a bunch of it. And you, the government, have not assembled a big bank account or whatever. You have not taken the money and put it in a vault. You've eradicated it from the economy. It doesn't exist anymore. The money is not there. And you've marked it down in your book. Let's say you tax a total of 5 trillion. And then, with all that money, you then go about funding all the stuff the government does, all the federal, state, and municipal programs, trillions and trillions of dollars of stuff. And it goes into wages and it goes into programs, and the money goes out to people and it's redistributed, right? You are creating that money. You are not taking the taxes and putting them back out there. You are creating that money. That is new money that you are producing. Your job as the Fed, as the government, is to maintain the value of this currency, to make sure that it does its job, facilitating transactions, allowing people to engage in commerce, and allowing the nation to remain stable. It is the money does not exist outside the trust the government allows you to afford in it, okay? Now, a problem we have in the modern day economy is that the velocity of money is very, very low relative to how it used to be. It used to be, as recently as 50, 60, 70 years ago, that a significant portion of the amount of money that existed in the economy was being moved around in regular day-to-day transactions. Even wealthy people would buy stuff like big yachts, but big yachts are a purchase that go to companies that pay wages, A wealthy person buying a big yacht isn't that bad in terms of overall economic health. People got paid to make that yacht, ideally. I hope they weren't slaves. That's fine, right? The problem is that nowadays, ultra-wealthy people don't buy things with their money. They sit on huge hoards of money that are accumulated through speculative investment on the stock market, and they then, rather than spend that money, they leverage it by using it as collateral to take loans with interest rates, interest payment expectations that are lower than the expected rate of return on future investments. So rather than use their money, they use the fact that they have so much money as collateral to secure loans to invest, which means that none of the money actually moves in purchases. The velocity of money goes down. So we're dealing with a bunch of problems that stem from the fact that A, debt as a concept is destructive to society, in my humble opinion, and B, the government is not doing its job of making sure that money is being circulated through the economy. Instead, more and more and more and more of it is just hovering up at the top in a big bubble. That's the gist of it. It's not being spent. If the wealthy, it didn't used to be this way. If the wealthy were spending their money, even if they were making it back, it wouldn't be as much of a problem. Tell me, would the wealthy be as much of a problem as they are today if their wealth circulated in the form of them paying out very high wages, which you then spend on your groceries and your, luxury goods and so on, and the money then flows back up to them, but then they just pay it right back down to you, like the Ford model line, the idea that if you circulate a very large amount of money, since you own the factories, it does come back up to you, but you have to keep that cycle moving. We're in a race to the bottom right now. We're on the other side of the equation, where rather than lots of money being reinvested to keep the velocity of money high, all the money is pulling up, It's like It's like the water cycle. It's like you have a basin or like a ravine in a mountain range, you know, and all the water pools down in it. When the snow melts, all the water trickles down through the plants and the soil and the rocks and so on, and it pools into this crater in the center. And there's nothing wrong with that, but the water cycle requires that water to circulate. All the plants up on top of the mountain can't survive unless they get water too. And in the real world, we get that because of evaporation from the basin, right? The little lake that forms in the basin, it evaporates, it becomes clouds, and it rains down, and that allows the plants along the mountain to stay healthy. But if you were somehow to prevent the evaporation, you would just have more and more water over time pooling down at the bottom until eventually nothing moved. And when nothing is moving, all the plants up there at the top die. If you invest money, the money is doing stuff. Not if the people who receive the invested money are just using it like to fill out their portfolio. No. It's not continuing to move. The whole idea, like if you spend your money at a drugstore and then the owner of the drugstore spends it to fix their window, and the window fixer then goes and spends it like buying groceries, and the grocer then spends it, so on and so on. Like that's money moving. That's velocity. If you invest in a stock, and that stock, the value of that stock then just sits in a guy's, you know, speculative wealth assessment, just like a giant bubble of money that never moves. It only gets like leveraged. That doesn't fix it. What's your view on credit? Evil. What's your view on debt? Evil. Yes, this is why stock buybacks should not be legal. What's your view on inflation? Necessary. What's your view on money? I'm not really an anti-money guy, I don't think. I think that like money is an abstracted system for determining and like managing value exchange. Yeah, it's a tool that can be used, I think. You could have money without capitalism, but fundamentally the problem here isn't actually money. It's the rules of the money, which we create, you know. Isn't money just credit with more steps? No. There's a difference between a credit line and money as like a tool of the government to facilitate commerce. A credit line exists so that more money can be made by the creditor, right? Whereas money is produced because the government wants like the stability that is afforded by having some kind of consistent means of transaction. It's different. One of them is, you know, mutually beneficial. One of them is not. Well, credit can be mutually beneficial. My argument is that that benefit could be obtained without the use of credit. You would just get like a grant. You would just get money. Sorry, how'd we get on this? Big money rant. I have to piss. It's not like we're done with news, by the way. I got caught on this. 10,000 people watching this. I appreciate that. Listen, by the way, it's actually very important. A lot of lefties have a really bad understanding of this, like fundamental monetary policy stuff, or like the role money has. I think a lot of people think that, like, for instance, they think of like money and capitalism as related, which they're not really. Not really. They think of they think of the issue as like wealth inequality fundamentally, when in reality, I think it's more to do with sustained wealth inequality. Wealth inequality on its own would be relatively benign if the wealth was redistributed. But in order for you to understand how the redistribution works, you have to know how money exists, and the fact that it's an abstraction. It doesn't really like exist in a material sense. It's just destroyed and then reallocated and so on. Yeah, I gotta piss, and then we'll continue talking. Scatter? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Honest question, if you think... Dennis the Peasant, you think I wouldn't recognize you in the same stream? All right, I'll read it. Honest question, if you think debt and credit are bad, how do we facilitate large-scale purchases of labor products like housing? Well, I think housing should be decommodified, personally, in my humble opinion. Also, I think that, like, home ownership as a concept really needs to be re-examined, especially in, like, urban areas. Bless you. Especially in urban areas, because it seems like there are a bunch of really negative downstream effects to anything involving like ownership in an area where the commodity is scarce and it's possible like for there to be widespread social harm from the misuse of your private property. Wait, how do you handle shit like huge ships and factories and aircraft? Buddy, if you're buying an aircraft, you can pay cash. Also, you can work out a payment plan, you know. A payment plan works out fine. The problem with debt, like, necessarily isn't the owed money part. It's the leveraging debt on an investment part, you know? But there's a difference between debt and a payment plan. Though I guess you could abuse the blurry lines between these definitions. But yeah, it's difficult, I think, to imagine a world where these fundamental rules are altered, but I really genuinely think that the reason everything's going to shit, everything is falling apart right now, stems fundamentally from the fact that you can make more money by leveraging your assets to take on more debt to invest that money. That makes you more money than, like, building a chair. You know what I mean? Like, why would anyone ever build anything? You know the margins that Walmart operates at? Walmart operates at, like, nothing, like 1%. Airlines, barely even 1%. Like, you know, there are so many industries and services where they make no money, and then you see where all the money's being made, and it's in speculative bullshit. It's in, like, AI startups. Literally, like, half the fucking economy, like, the entire economy is, like, 8 tech companies, half of which do nothing. Very, very dangerous. Chomsky called it the financialization of the economy. Yeah, I think that's accurate. Why is that? I mean, read Marx. No, really, like, it's not necessarily the tendency for the rate of profit to fall, but it's like fundamentally it's a race to the bottom, right? Like, if you have a system that's profit oriented but is also incentivized to deliver services and goods at their lowest possible cost, which it is, capitalism is incentivized to do that, it has to bend over itself and create a bunch of rules to somehow still continue to make an exorbitant profit, even in situations where they're like we live in a world where the cost of pharmaceutical goods at, like, a raw level is basically nothing, right? There's so much stuff that's really, really cheap and easy to get. Like, everything is cheaper now. Everything's easier now than it used to be, right? To make, it's easier to get. But a lot of these things cost a lot, not because of the actual, like, cost of production, but because of middle manager bullshit, administrative costs, tariffs. There's a whole bunch of, like, government finagling that gets involved, or you get weird pricing plans where, like, Spirit Airlines only stays open because people pay $20 extra per flight to unlock the button that, you know, retracts the spikes on the back of their seat, you know? You create this system where, like, in the end, nobody benefits. Companies are shutting down, guys. You know that, right? Managers are getting fired. The economy's bad for a lot of people, except for a very, 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 very small amount of people on top. Now, you can't have an economic system where wealth is afforded only to the people who produce in a disproportionate sense, and then also have that system be unequal to this extent, because a lot of people produce, man. There are a lot of businesses out there. There are a lot of companies, right? It's not quite as simple as the like, well, there's the bourgeois and the proletariat, because a lot of people who are technically bourgeois are also like nervously awaiting their next fucking power bill right now. It goes beyond ownership of the means of production and more towards like when you become the symbolic head of these financial institutions or these financial leviathans that just exist to accumulate stockholder value. You know, it has nothing to do with producing anything. The financialization of the economy. At the end of the day, the point of all of this, yeah, is to subjugate. It's not really to like efficiently manage the economy. It's not about facilitating lower cost of goods and services or the accessibility of these things or whatever. It's about like finding ways to separate haves and have-nots. But isn't the largest expense of a pharmaceutical company R&D, and it's expensive because of the specialized knowledge? That's not really what we're talking about. I'm not sure what you mean. You know what would be really interesting to do sometimes, like as a research stream? A really, really interesting research stream would be to take a look at corporate risk-taking back 100 years ago versus corporate risk-taking today. My bet is that companies used to risk it all in a big product a lot more often, and nowadays everything is just like looking for that big IPO payoff. That would be my guess. My guess would be like the world used to be full of a lot more like inventor entrepreneurs, or even existing big companies used to like put out bold new efforts more often. But ever since the economy became widely financialized, the actual big bold risk has nothing to do with making a new product, but rather attracting as much investor attention as possible. You know, yeah, modern companies are incredibly risk averse. The first iPhone was bold and innovative, you know? The next 16 were all... You know that Apple has been deliberately, like, withholding updates and features from every iPhone model because they want to save it for the next one? Like, they know they're just selling you the same product over and over, so they deliberately, like, they're like, okay, we can't add too much to this model. Let's add it to the next one because we need to have something to get people to buy the next model. We need to have a reason to keep existing. That's why you don't buy Apple? Yeah, but it's like every company, though. I just used Apple as an example. They're doing that with AI presently. Yeah, but how is there any risk-taking in making in spending a bunch of money on a new product when the real thing you're after is a fuck ton of investor attention? It doesn't actually matter whether your product makes a profit. OpenAI hasn't made a profit on their product. ChatGPT isn't pulling in billions. OpenAI is pulling in billions because of all the people engaging in speculation. Everyone's risk averse. There's no risk if the thing you're risking is the attention. It's like I don't fucking know. Forget it. Ugh. Did you see the backlash from the comedian festival? Yeah, I saw this. Bill Burr going there was crazy disappointing, man. I'm not like a huge Bill Burr stan. He said some cool stuff, I guess, but like all of these guys going there and just yucking it up at the you know, as guests of the Saudi royals. Insane. Why is that such a big deal? Because they're evil and it's a slave state. They were literally just like given... Saudi Arabia has a fuck ton of money to throw around. Remember our monetary policy talk? They have a huge sovereign wealth fund, like the biggest. Saudi Arabia, from all the oil they sell. Because they sell it as part of like Saudi Aramco, a state-owned company. They're not taxing to get that money. They're selling, so it goes to a bank account. A very, very big one. Isn't Norway's larger? I thought Saudi Arabia's was larger. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It's very, very big. The check must have been huge. Was it Tim Dillon who said that, like, to people like who were like booing him basically for going over there, he was like, listen up, dudes, they paid me $300,000 to go there. Who cares about the slavery? They paid me enough to shut up about it. But then he got canceled from the lineup anyway because he mentioned the slavery. $300,000, man. What a fucking embarrassment. And the shit Bill Burr said too, where he was like, you would think that they were gonna scream to have your head chopped off, and they didn't. They were actually really nice. It reminds me of It reminds me of when those like hack comedians talk about how Trump is really, really funny, as though that excuses, you know, all the shit that he's done. When he flew into Saudi Arabia, Burr's nervousness crept back, but he was struck by the amount of local Western influence. Wow, really? That surprises you? Western influence in Saudi Arabia? Jesus Christ. You think everyone's going to be screaming death to America, and they're going to have, like, fucking machetes and want to chop my head off, right? Hold on. Is Bill Burr, like, an actual racist? Why the fuck would people in Saudi Arabia be saying death to America? Why the fuck would they do that? What are you talking about? Bill said, because this is what I've been fed about that part of the world. No, that's your fault, buddy. You're an adult. What do you mean? You never looked up? What? That's what you've been fed? You're not a baby at the baby carriage being given airplanes full of applesauce. You can just look up information. I thought this place was going to be really tense, and I'm thinking, like, is that a Starbucks next to a Pizza Hut, next to a Burger King, next to a McDonald's? They got a fucking Chili's over here? Oh my god, he doesn't know anything about Saudi Arabia. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Advertising? Well, that's what they're being brought over there for. They're being brought over to, like, whitewash and advertise for the Saudi regime. These evil slaver motherfuckers. They have so much money to throw around. They do this with sports. They do it with esports. There have been a couple of big esports tournaments. They recently bought EA Games, by the way, okay? So get ready to play a bunch of FIFA matches hosted in like Mecca, you know, with the cube cleared out or whatever. See the clock tower in the background. They love doing this shit. They use their money to, like, further evil in other countries. Remember that fucking leaked Saudi Aramco briefing that made the public rounds that no one paid attention to, where they were like, let's use our money to influence elections in African countries to make sure that pro-green energy people lose. Therefore, they remain dependent on oil, parentheses, us, for the end of, until the end of time. You remember that? They do it to us, too. It's not like Saudi money isn't everywhere in U.S. politics. The West wouldn't have ever done that in the past. Yeah, we did it, and they do it. Riyadh. This is Tim Dillon, right? You can really tell he's a comedian from the bits.
Baby, we're in Saudi Arabia. Come on. Get your tickets now. October 8th, the day after October 7th. Just funny how it all works. Not something that I had planned. I think it's very exciting that we're all going to Riyadh. People are very upset about it. They're angry that comedians are going to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. They're very angry. They don't believe in anything. Get over it.
Damn, man. Is this the bar for being a comedian these days? Holy shit. I feel like I could rock a stand-up crowd. If we're looking at a crowd of people who would laugh for this, I feel like I could get a standing ovation.
The House of Saud is paying us hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us millions, not me, but they're paying millions of dollars to comedians. Get over it.
Nice. Joe Rogan's ruined professional comedy. It is probably an issue that the two most internet famous comedians, Theo Von and Joe Rogan, are both really not funny. Like, they don't even attempt to be funny, basically, at all. Did you guys see that post, or there were people on Reddit saying that Theo Von bombed for his Netflix special? Like, he was doing a comedy special for Netflix, and apparently it was like egregiously unfunny, and people were like leaving, and just like it was really embarrassing and hard to watch and stuff. And he was getting fed lines from off stage.
Taking the money. How about that? Sorry. Oh, you weren't invited? Oh, you got nothing going on? Boo-hoo-hoo for you. I would never do it. You weren't offered. No one invited you. There's people that I respect that turned it down, but a lot of people are doing it, like a lot, like almost everyone. They bought comedy. So what? Well, they have slaves, then they kill Hey. Get over it. So what? They have slaves. I imagine the slaves in those countries are good at what they do. Everyone that works at all the hotels, they take their passports. They're not allowed to leave. They're slaves. Hey, is the hotel nice? I'm not here to be a spoil sport. I'm not here to ruin the good time that everyone's having. Do I have...
Anyway, the punchline is that he was so loud and obnoxious and abrasive about how much of a moral impasse he was comfortable making that they ended up canceling his tickets anyway. This is borderline self-parody. Yeah. Remember when people thought stand-up comedians were all like, you know, truth tellers who were on the cutting edge of free speech advocacy, and then it turns out literally every single one of them was a right-wing hack, and the only thing they cared about was you know, continuing to fill out crowds as they aged. And the best way to do that would be to get an audience that didn't care whether or not they were funny, which means conservatives. Bill Maher is one. I mean, apparently to an extent, Bill Burr is as well, which is, again, super disappointing. It was a great experience, that part of the world, be a part of the first comedy festival over there in Saudi Arabia. The Royals loved the show. I had to stop a couple of times during the show and say, I'll be honest with you guys, I cannot fucking believe any of you have any idea who I am. Do you genuinely not know what Saudi Arabia is? Do you think you're in Afghanistan? Like, a genuine question. Do you... Like... Do you not know? Bill Burr launches hard defense of Saudi Arabian Comedy Festival. They must have paid him quite a bit.
Comedian Bill Burr taking to his podcast to defend his performance at a Saudi Arabian comedy festival in the Middle East last week.
He's even doing like the best hide the pain Harold face he can, you know?
In the Middle East last week.
Just like us. So like you can talk about anything, you know, other than a couple things, which was basically, you know, religion, don't make fun of the royals. Everyone was happy. The people that were doing the festival would...
Oh yeah, I'm just like a stand-up comedian, you know, truth teller and so on. There were a couple of rules. Hard lines. You can't talk about religion and you can't insult the authoritarian leaders. Everyone was happy at the comedy show that they paid to be at.
We're thrilled. It was a mind-blowing experience. Definitely top 3 experiences I've ever had. And it was great to experience that part of the world and to be a part of the first comedy festival over there in Saudi Arabia. I think it's going to lead to a lot of positive things.
He's acting like this is a bold, innovative step on behalf of an impoverished country to open themselves up to the world market, as though Saudi Arabia isn't extremely influential internationally. Like, it's like, oh my God, the first Starbucks in Afghanistan, you know? Incredible. Like, this must signal an opening market that'll lead to prosperity in the future. What are you what are you talking about, man?
Fox News contributor Kat Timpf joins me now. Kat, you must really love me.
I do.
Good morning.
I couldn't sleep, but here I am.
Didn't you not believe in boycotts? That's not a boycott. This is not a boycott to not show up at the Saudi royal hosted event. You're not a consumer there. You're the guy. Why are you all? You're always trying to jump down my throat for this. By the way, I don't think boycotts are bad. I just think the discourse they promote, the infighting they facilitate, is usually not worth the hassle, which I'm proven right by every time one of you dipshits tries to fucking jab me for that position. Because I'm like, yeah, it does turn you all into a bunch of useless scolds. I was correct.
Hopefully this goes okay.
Well, thank you for doing this.
Yes,
I know it is a different time slot for you, but we appreciate having you on. Should he have to defend himself for something like this?
Well, the thing is that
this is like when the world condemned Qatar World Cup and no one gave a shit about the USA hosting it. No, there's a difference. America is not using the World Cup to whitewash its reputation. I know that may sound crazy, but what the Gulf states do is very different. America does a lot of bad things, okay? A lot of bad things. But we have a complex like network of agencies and NGOs. We have a civil society internally. There's a lot going on here. We have an internal culture, okay? What Saudi Arabia and Qatar and those other countries do is literally the government will sit around saying, we have a bunch of oil money. How can we spend that to advance our interests? And then they will use that money to buy events and organizations and people, as they just did with this comedy festival, or get international attention. No, that's you being an American and being exceptionalist for your own country. No. You're misunderstanding. Listen, okay? Listen, my brother and or sister and or non-binary friend in Christ, okay? I agree. America, very bad. America, very, very bad. There is still a difference between the government getting together and spending a sovereign wealth fund on whitewashing and America, one of the cultural centers of the world, hosting the World Cup. Now, you could argue that allowing America to host the World Cup still to an extent bolsters our reputation. I agree completely. But there is a difference between it being done specifically for that purpose and it being done incidentally. Or in other words, the only reason the World Cup would ever be hosted by Qatar is because of corruption from I'm not trying to say the NFL. What am I trying to say here? Come on, the organization. Why am I? I want to say FIFA. It's not FIFA. What's the org? It is FIFA. I thought that was a video game series. Look at me being corrected. It's corruption. It's like the only reason the World Cup would ever be hosted in Qatar is because Qatar and FIFA shook hands and money exchanged hands. There are tons of reasons to host it in America. We're America, you know. Or in a bunch of countries. But the Gulf state countries are unique in that they don't really have internal cultures or civil societies. They're so overwhelmingly controlled by money. Like, this is why you say they're slave states, right? Like, it's like UAE, you know, Dubai. Significant portion of the population of that country are just slave workers. For the most part, the country is just like a city-state that exists to attract foreign investment and like tourism. It's not like a real country, you know? It doesn't exist in the same way that other countries do. Same with Qatar. Same to an extent with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is more like an actual country than the UAE and Qatar by a decent amount, but not by like a ton, I think. They also bought a bunch of teams in Europe which have dominated because of the oil money. Yeah, and again, like the reason they're doing this is so they can continue to control their international reputation. It's all being done as a PR scheme. There's no like organic, authentic, internal cultural engagement here. Does that make sense? Yeah, I don't know much about Oman, Saigu.
It is funny that he went so hard, right? I would have, I think, respected it more if he was just like, you know what, the money was real good.
Yeah, right.
I took
that. Like, Saudi Arabia is perfect.
I took that real good money. Instead, he was like, you know what? because I did this, a lot of good things are going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure that that's true.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I also would just be very afraid to go to Saudi Arabia and do a comedy routine, like for your own personal safety. So
my jokes would not work.
Yeah, he did.
Cool that Bill Burr's getting roasted from the right and the left for this.
He said he had to censor some of his routine, which is probably smart. And also interesting that Saudi Arabia has a comedy festival right now. Interesting turn of events there. I used to listen to Bill Burr's podcast all the time. Do you know him?
Really?
No, I don't.
I used to listen to him all the time. I've seen him in at a couple comedy shows. Very funny. Has COVID definitely impacted his humor though. He's taken some interesting turns. The reason that we wanted to have you on is because it is October, which October is breast cancer awareness month.
My first breast cancer awareness month.
Yeah. Should we congratulate you for that?
I think so. I mean, I feel like you can congratulate me for it. I mean, I knew obviously.
All right. One line of thought is this: I don't fucking know. It's just super disappointing from Bill Burr. It's the only guy I care about.
Guys, it's that special time of year. It's the Riyadh Comedy Festival. And all of your favorite comedians are performing at the pleasure of Turki Al-Sheikh. And he is the head of the entertainment authority over there. And he has so many people thrown in prison because they tweeted stuff he didn't like about the soccer team or whatever, that there's a wing of a prison nicknamed after him where they hang people by their heels from the ceiling. Now, there's a lot of drips, killjoys, and dweebazoids.
I think that arguments like this are the most pointed. I do think that like you should avoid supporting the interests of evil governments, but I think there's still the fundamental difference still to me remains like the intention of the setting. Because wouldn't it be so different if rather than the Saudi head of entertainment or whatever bringing all these comedians over, instead there was like a local independent civilian run like comedy center that reached out to some American comedians and was like, if you wanna, we'll pay for your travel, and you have to be careful on these topics because it's the law. Like, there's such a big difference between a civilian saying you can't make fun of the royals because versus the royals saying you cannot make fun of me, by the way, just to let you know, you can't. This is a government sponsored program. You really shouldn't make fun of me while you're up there. Just a big difference,
Who are saying, they shouldn't do comedy over there because it's whitewashing a regime that just in June killed a journalist and killed Jamal Khashoggi and played a big role in 9/11. Shut up. Name one comedian who hasn't whored themselves out to a dictator. Sinbad in the 80s would go perform for dying Nazis hidden out in Argentina. Mr. Bean would do private shows for Idi Amin. Me and Bibi Netanyahu have collaborated. I pitched him a prank show called The West Bank where it's hilarious. Like people in masks show up and eject people from the...
All right. I get the bit. You see, ICE will be at the Super Bowl just because Bad Bunny's doing the halftime show. I think that's a perfect example of the difference with like legitimate versus illegitimate culture, MAGA is upset that Bad Bunny is doing the halftime show at the Super Bowl because he's Latin and anti-Trump. So the government the Trump regime is trying to still like impose power there by having like thugs like brown shirts present to sort of suggest, their power there. But they don't control the Super Bowl. As powerful as the Trump administration is, this is something they're upset about and is happening to them. That's not the case in Saudi Arabia. Nothing in Saudi Arabia happens like in a way that upsets the royals, but they can't do anything about it, I'm surprised the NFL isn't backing down. Listen, even though the majority of NFL chuds you might hear of and about and so on are like thick-necked white dudes, there is a huge black and brown audience for this shit, okay? The NFL has obviously not been a consistent ally to the left in this country, but Bad Bunny is huge, massive, and like, I don't know. If they turn the NFL into like an explicitly white nationalist organization, if they really kowtowed to the Trump administration and got rid of Bad Bunny for whatever bullshit reason, you know, I think it would lead to some serious blowback. Literally never heard of Bad Bunny till this week. I could make fun of you, but it's not like I know much about it. Like I want to make fun of you for being white, but like I'm also white. And when I heard Bad Bunny, I thought, wait, isn't that a Twitch streamer? Did she make it big? And then a friend had to explain to me, like, some context. That was about a year ago too. So I'm not. Yeah, now Kira chats. Yeah, so for me, like, I can't really make fun of you. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. Marin also making fun of the fest. I just think it fucking sucks that, like, our image of stand-up comedians is one where they're these, like, really principled truth tellers, like the jesters who have jester's privilege in the king's court. And in reality, like, all of them are lowest bar, race to the bottom right-wing grifters, you know? Or at the very least, totally unprincipled. Total like lack of principle here. A lot of them are just looking for that next paycheck. Like really nothing else beyond that. Not all, but most. Yeah, I shouldn't say all. I shouldn't say all. The only good one is Stavros. You know, I saw Stavros over at the something theater in Seattle. He was great. And the opening act too. They were very, very good. I don't normally go to stand-up shows, you know. It's actually pretty difficult to make me laugh. Like in person, I guess. And I'm having a good time over here on stream. I tend to stone face a lot of stuff that doesn't come from like a close friend, but he got me. He got me plenty. Also, he was wearing like a teal tracksuit the whole time, and it made him look like a bowling ball, which I thought was nice. Anyway, he didn't go to Saudi Arabia, so he's all right in my book. Right. Sorry. Boy. Trump's been feuding with the NFL since the 1980s. Wouldn't you expect that? From like a theater kid? Did you hear about the stabbing that happened at a synagogue in the UK? Was it, did two things happen? I thought it wasn't a stabbing. I thought it was a, like a drive in through, like the car ramming. It was a car ramming and a drive through. Oh, okay. I thought it was just the car rammed and killed two people, and rammed the car hard enough that he died or something. I didn't really look into it. Drove a car into people outside a synagogue, began stabbing them, killing two people, and seriously hurting three. Sheesh. Named Jihad. Nominative determinism. Yeah, have Muslims in the UK considered that their reputation might be better if they didn't name their kids John? I'm sorry, it's not fair. It's a little racist. It is also funny. Do you think you could have pitched? Do you think Bill Burr pitched that one over in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia? Hear about the synagogue stabbing over in the UK today? Thought it wouldn't be that bad for you guys, but then I caught a load of the guy's first name. You believe this? What are you all doing? Hmm. Is there any, like, any information on motive? I mean, there's basically only two possible motives here, right? Yeah. It's Britain, there's only one. Kind of hard to say he's dead. Well, he might have left some note or something. I don't know. Barry Weiss to lead CBS News. Jesus Christ. Editor-in-chief. Nice. It's so over. Oh my God. Jihad is not per se a call to violence. Okay, all right, okay, yeah. Okay. No, wait. I know. It's just, you know, colloquially how the term is used. But I agree that it's an unfair standard. In a remarkable reshuffle of CBS's decades-old management structure, Weiss will report directly to Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. John Oliver's cooked lol. I can't fucking... I can't believe how much the Zionists control our government, man. It's fucking insane. Like a significant majority of Americans are like, hey, it's actually kind of weird that they're committing an obvious genocide, and also that we keep funding them doing it, and we have to keep lying to defend them doing it. United States of Israel, yeah. Sorry, but does it really matter if we know the motive of a person engaging in like a random killing? Yeah. I mean, usually it's interesting to know the motive. Reporting directly to Ellison. This is insane, by the way. Like, this is the most direct, like, we are just assuming direct control of the news organization. Nothing else will stop us. The evil fucking David Ellison having, like, skipping like 5 chains of command here so Barry Weiss can directly report to him. It's insane. Vosh, you're getting a little too close to saying Zog. No, fuck you. Fuck your disingenuous bullshit, okay? The fact that overwhelmingly people in power financially and politically are Zionists is not a conspiracy theory, it's obvious fact. Your disingenuous conflation of Zionist and Jewish is anti-Semitic, 1, and 2, bad faith. What are you trying to do here? What are you making their point for them? You don't think it's a little bit weird? You're the one deliberately fucking muddying the waters here. There has never been any ambiguity at all in what I am saying when I talk about Zionism, its influence on the country, what it means politically, and its relationship to Judaism. I've been extremely clear. Well, you fucking retards, you know, murking about, oh, so to be clear, everyone, he means Zionists, not Jews. No shit. Why would you imply otherwise? Paramount Skydance is expected to acquire the Free Press in a deal valued around $150 million. Stock and cash. Free Press. Weiss is likely to take a major role steering the editorial coverage of the network. It's unclear whether Weiss, who has a podcast and a column in the Free Press, will take an additional journalistic presence at CBS News. A Paramount Skydance spokesperson did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Others expect the new leadership program or leadership structure to create a strain on the already dug-in culture at CBS for programs like 60 Minutes. They're all going to have to do fucking loyalty oaths to Israel. Jesus Christ. Is there, by the way, is there like any reason at all for the Bari Weiss pick other than she's a hardcore far-right loyalist who will do anything that we say? She's like a disgusting little like a hit woman who like, does she have any credentials whatsoever that would legitimize her running a fucking news network? As previously reported by the Post, Ellison first approached Weiss about taking a top role at 60 Minutes. Jesus fucking Christ. So he just wanted her. He just wanted a fucking inside agent. I wonder how much of this was done to capitulate to the Trump administration. Sad to see one of the big three news outlets go out like this. I mean, what do you expect when CBS is owned by fucking Oracle indirectly, you know? The financialization of everything. All news is going to end up being owned by like two companies. And they'll agree with each other. Sorry. Just very bad. Very not good, even, one might say. Oh, while we're on the subject of Zionist organizations, I suppose. The ADL capitulated so much to the Trump administration, and it's given them absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just what 2-3 days ago, the ADL deleted a archive of like right-wing extremism that implicated Charlie Kirk at the behest of conservatives. And what do they get in return? Like, can you? It's insane because again, like the ADL primarily exists to launder the reputation of Israel. I mean, it's like the Saudi Arabia, Gulf state comedian thing, right? Like you just spend your money and influence to get people to like you, even though you're unlikable. And even that isn't enough. Why does everyone keep capitulating? Well, in truth, the ADL only cares about pro-Israeli support, So it doesn't, they don't have any other principles. But I guess they're an extremist group now. Fuck you. 1 second. There we go. Kash Patel pulls the plug on ADL's FBI training on extremism. Oh, if you didn't know, and they've talked about it publicly, by the way, the ADL trains FBI agents. It's like how a fucking American police departments occasionally do like security training with Israel. Yeah, like the IDF training cops. I did not know that. Well, they don't do it anymore. He singled out past speeches by Comey that the former director said amounted to love letters to the ADL, which has provided hundreds of tips about extremist activity per year to law enforcement agencies throughout the country. Well, they're supposed to train FBI agents how to identify Nazis, but don't be naive. The ADL does not partner with the FBI because the FBI was super interested in working with a humanitarian nonprofit that focuses on anti-bigotry, okay? It's because the ADL is and always has been a Zionist organization. It's just another legitimization tactic. If anything, this has made the FBI less far right. The organization conducts workshops for law enforcement agencies on hate crimes, violent extremism, and anti-Semitism. This kind of gives the game away right there, doesn't it? Like, if the ADL is being framed as a just general anti-hate organization, why would you have to specifically name anti-Semitism as one of the many kinds of bigotry? Like, why not also anti-black discrimination or colorism or fat phobia or misogyny or whatever? Obviously, like, there's a reason it's singled out. The Law Enforcement and Societies Workshop is mandatory for new agents and trainees at the agency's Quantico base, Comey said in a 2014 speech. If this sounds a bit like a love letter to the ADL, it is, and rightfully so, said Comey. Trump allies have increased their attacks on the ADL in recent weeks, pointing to the killing of Charlie Kirk. A summary of Kirk's organization, Turning Point USA, on the group's website earlier this year accused Kirk of promoting Christian nationalism and detailed the group's ties to the far right. The page has since been removed from the ADL's website. Are you considering that Politico is owned by German right-wing Springer SE? Every news agency in America is owned by a neo-Nazi. What do you want? We just talked about CBS being put under the control of Barry Weiss, who is themselves under the control of Oracle's CEO's son, David, was it Ellis? Why am I blanking on that? David Duke, yeah, David Duke. Jesus, man. The FBI works with the ADL to host civil rights and hate crime training for our state and local counterparts through a variety of programs. And the ADL, of course, has even greater reach. You trained more than 12,000 law enforcement personnel last year alone, and I want to thank you for that. $105 training sessions sponsored by the ADL on extremism, terrorism, and hate crimes in 17 states and here in the district. What's the name of the CEO of the ADL? He's been like fighting uphill for a while to try to convince the right to not completely abandon Israel, you know? He's been talking to some pretty far right people, hasn't he? Greenblatt? Yeah. Looks like Stephen Miller. No, Cosplex. I don't know what that is. Greenblatt was named CEO of the ADL in 2014. Under his leadership, the organization placed less emphasis on civil liberties and more on advocacy for Israel and the interests of donors. Greenblatt's tenure has seen increased partnership with the law enforcement agencies and support for anti-BDS legislation such as the Israel Anti-Boycott Act. This is the act that makes it illegal to boycott Israel, by the way. His support for the DOE Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights Marcus and President Trump's executive order on combating anti-Semitism drew criticism from employees of the ADL's own Civil Rights Division. He said in a 2022 speech, anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. British Finance Minister says she's an eternal friend of Israel after the Labour Party, as an organization recognize what's happening in Gaza as a genocide going against party leadership. So weird. So weird, man. The ADL told The Intercept that it did not consider the Gaza war protests anti-Semitic, but Greenblatt labeled the protesting groups as hate groups. Interesting. Greenblatt accused groups including Jewish Voice for Peace and Students for Justice in Palestine of being, quote, Iranian proxies, and compared the Palestinian keffiyeh to the swastika. These statements by Greenblatt were cited by editors of the online encyclopedia Wikipedia to support downgrading the ADL to a generally unreliable source on the subject of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Greenblatt praised Musk as an amazing entrepreneur and the Henry Ford of our time. I appreciate this is such an insane thing for the head of the ADL to say that even Wikipedia follows this up with, car manufacturer Henry Ford was one of the most prominent anti-Semites in the history of the United States. Greenblatt himself had previously criticized Trump for praising Ford. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm mostly just reading this to remind myself of how bad the ADL is. Genuinely, the FBI cutting ties with the ADL is a good thing. Like, if you want the FBI to remain wary of far-right extremist groups, they were by cutting ties with the ADL. These people are insane. Defended Musk after the Hitler salute. Greenblatt has expressed support for activist deportations in the second Trump presidency. He said the real deal threat to American Jews came from this convergence of what I call the radical left and like Islamist groups here in the United States, compared pro-Palestinian student protesters to ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and said regarding Mahmoud Khalil, I am sure we're going to find out about his ties to groups overseas. Yeah, cool. Oh, yeah, and he worked for the Obama administration beforehand. Almost certainly for the same goddamn reason. I sincerely doubt he was named CEO of the Anti-Defamation League for no particular reason. Ton of people worked in the Obama administration who ended up being like lunatic Zionists, and it just didn't become as like relevant or publicly known until later. Why was I talking about this? Barry Weiss. Oh, yeah. Fuck. Forgot about that. Now I'm mad about it again. God damn it.
In an extraordinary move, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is right now working to impose sweeping new rules on America's top generals and Pentagon officials, requiring them to submit to random lie detector tests, according to the Washington Post. It comes as senior officials are also now being forced to sign strict new non-disclosure agreements, barring release of non-public information without approval or through a defined process. CNN has reported on these non-disclosure agreements, but tonight the Post is learning new...
They are never getting rid of these leaks, man. Jesus fucking Christ, this is embarrassing. Why would they admit this publicly? Why would they admit this? Are you kidding me? We're going to subject everyone in the Pentagon to random polygraph tests?
Information that the Pentagon is now considering a much more aggressive approach. National security lawyer Mark Zaid, who represents several Trump administration whistleblowers, including one at the Pentagon, sounding the alarm, telling the Post, quote, "This seems to be far more directed at ensuring loyalty to the DOD, the former Department of Defense, and the Trump administration leadership rather than countering..."
It's still the Department of Defense. Department of War is a nickname. Congress needs to approve a name change. It's still the Department of Defense.
Any foreign espionage. Out front now with the new details, Tara Kopp, Pentagon reporter with the Washington Post. And Tara, I really appreciate...
I'm sure the top brass at the Pentagon will really appreciate this too, you know? Nothing ingratiates military leadership to you quite as much as demanding all of them, you know, drink tea in front of you so you can read the leaves to find out whether or not they've been talking to reporters.
Seeing you again. All right, so... I mean, it is just pretty stunning just to take a step back and think that we're now in a moment we're going to submit the top generals in the United States to random lie detector tests. You trust them in fields of combat, but you don't trust them. I mean, who is going to be subject to these polygraphs and NDAs?
Well, this is what we're hearing. According to the officials we've spoken to and the documents we viewed, this new program would be much broader and much more intimidating in nature and could potentially affect thousands of people who work for not only the Defense Secretary, but also for the Joint Staff and the Chairman, General Dan Kane. So according to the documents that we viewed,
there was an article yesterday talking about how they asked over 30 generals and not a single one had positive comments about the speech. Pentagon reporter can't find one military official who liked Hegseth's speech. What a surprise. And it was so well written, too. All I've had from them so far, from the people I've talked to, is a combination of disbelief that some of them were made to fly from, some of them, Asia, from all over the world, all the way to Quantico, to listen to the same familiar type of culture war complaints they've been having since Trump was reelected, calling Trump's remarks a campaign-style stump speech. He does have the same speech every time. It's not that novel. He gets little quips in now and again, but for the most part, it's the same campaign speech. That's pretty fucking funny.
it's also much broader.
NDAs?
Well, those employees may not have a choice, and it affects contractors, it affects defense civilians, it affects all the military personnel. If you don't sign, you might be subject to prosecution under the UCMJ. And as we heard from the Defense Secretary yesterday, those who dissent always have the option to resign.
Pete Hegseth has threatened the top military officials with a lie detector test before, but it's been a threaten, right? At one point, according to the Wall Street Journal, he shouted at Admiral Christopher Grady, who was then the acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he shouted, "I'll hook you up to an effing polygraph." And he threatened.
So does Pete Hegseth believe that polygraph tests work? Does he think they're real?
Lieutenant General Doug Sims with the same. So, you know, when you hear reporting like that, right, to be speaking like that, "I'll hook you up to an effing polygraph," What does the tone, what does the manner, what is the word choice? What does this mean about the level of anxiety he has?
He has tremendous anxiety. This is something where if we don't trust our generals and our admirals and our senior enlisted leaders, literally with the lives of our sons, our daughters, our husbands, our wives, our aunt.
Okay, fucking loser, talking about it like that. Just funny how, like, you know, fundamentally distrustful these people are. They really want to stop leaks. It makes me wonder, like, do you think they're do you think they're worried about leaks coming out about future, like, city occupation, or do you think they're more worried about something regarding Venezuela? I'm wondering, like, what leaks specifically they're concerned about. I thought polygraphs aren't legally binding in court in the UK anyway. They're not legally binding over here either. They're fake bullshit. It's minor correlative relationship with the truth. Maybe. Pete Hegseth is terrified of assassination and is, quote, crawling out of his skin. The U.S. Secretary of War has been described by his staff as manic, frequently erupting into angry rants. The fuck does anyone think anyone would go out of their way to assassinate Pete Hegseth? He's a fucking loser. Also, Charlie Kirk was a regular civilian. Pete Hegseth is the Secretary of Defense. He's surrounded by guards. Like what? Like under what circumstances would you? Aren't they polling like a bunch of agents to protect him at all times? Like they're deferring even more money over to the that like subgroup of the army that protects their commanding officers. He was acting pretty goddamn manic during that speech. Like half the budget for that group protecting generals and VIPs being used on Hegseth. Oh, I bet that makes the Pentagon real happy too. That he's pulling staff from all of their protection details so that he can have like 50 people following him into the bathroom for his drunk morning shits. You know, I'm sure, once again, really ingratiate himself to these people. Hegseth has become obsessed with his own security. Dude is crawling out of his skin. Maybe this is why he's so obsessed with, like, squelching the leaks. He's probably more worried about assassination from within at this point, IMO. Yeah, maybe. I don't really have much to say about this at this moment until we get more updates. Israel has intercepted essentially the entire flotilla, all vessels but one that were bound on their way for Gaza. My understanding is that the Italian and Spanish warships that were accompanying the flotilla backed off because they did not want to risk a direct confrontation with Israeli warships. And the flotilla continued onward in spite of that. Pussies, I agree. And apparently they, hold on. There's a general strike in Italy. Their largest union is super pissed that their warship backed off. Israel is about as popular as gonorrhea in Italy, so there's a lot of public support for stuff like this. What was the point of them? The flotillas were sent by Italy and by Spain to appease people who were engaging in civil unrest tactics. There was a prior strike in Italy, for example, a general one. But they were ultimately symbolic. I do still think they were good in the short run, I guess, symbolically. I think there was some value there in the sense of, like, it legitimizes the flotilla to have those warships there. But, you know, they didn't keep around. So right now, the rest of the flotilla, except for one ship that apparently has made it or is making it to Gaza, the ships are detained including Greta Thunberg, a PM from Italy. Not Italy, sorry, Ireland. More than 500 people. Phew. Legal team for detained volunteers granted entry into Israeli port. Fun, fun. That ship has been intercepted, but it did make it to Palestinian waters. So they intercepted that ship only after it got that close. Ah, no kidding. Keep in mind, by the way, that like when the Israeli Navy conducts these interceptions, they're doing it in international waters. You know, like the Italian and Spanish warships didn't even follow them over to the national water. Yeah, it's just piracy. Only one ship actually made it into the national waters of Gaza, or Palestine, whatever you prefer. Doesn't the UN have authority then to do something? UN? Authority? What the fuck are you talking about? No. Nah. Intercepted right there, I see. Is this where they turned away? At least one of the warships? It looks good, but is ultimately useless? No, don't give up like that, okay? Pressure is mounting. It's not meaningless, all right? Every day, people hate Israel more and more, as they should. There is legitimate value to the tide being turned. And it does not make Israel look good in the long run that they have to keep dealing with these big, you know, these armadas of activists looking to feed hungry, starving people who are being killed, and process them and so on. There's actually a Portuguese congresswoman arrested by Israel. There are actually a few, like, relevant people there, you know? Next time, 1,000 boats. Yeah, 1,000 people. You know, whatever you want. But the pressure is going to keep mounting. I really don't think Israel could get... These are very, very, very high-profile, you know, acts of activism. I don't think Israel could get away with doing what it would need to stop them. Like, just speaking flatly, they're going to keep happening unless Israel kills them or tortures them in prison indefinitely. And both of those would lead to, we'll say, overwhelming negativity in the host countries that the activists are from. And they're from quite a few places. That would be internationally troubling. Does the West do anything if Israel kills them? Why are you asking me? I can't see the future. Why do people always ask me questions about the future? I don't know. We'll see. Well, the strike is only in response to the warship turning back, Oogly Moogly. Flotilla ship seen arriving at Israeli port after interception. Activists had immigration proceedings without lawyers. They fast-tracked the immigration proceedings without lawyers present. They did piracy, dragged them into Israel, and then forced them to do immigration proceedings without lawyers present. Jesus Christ. An Israeli vessel. Our taxpayer dollars at work. They're not forcing anyone into citizenship, Promalis. Oh, yeah, I remember this. Trump gave Qatar, like, Article 5 privileges for some fucking reason. Presumably because he was given a plane by them. But yeah, he was like, yeah, basically like the tightest level of national security defense with fucking Qatar. Oh my god. Like it means anything? Yeah, no one's going to attack Qatar. Have you seen that pic where Trump is forced to hold the phone for Bibi calling Qatar to apologize? Yes. I'm so tired of Israel, man. Nobody likes them. It's an unlovable country filled with Hitlerites. All they do is make the world worse, okay? We already had an Israel. It was called New York City, and it was beautiful. And it still is beautiful. We need to drop this bullshit, okay? There's Iran at the View now. Don't tell me what to do. We're over time, and I haven't even read Donos. I'm kind of scatterbrained today. I guess I must not have slept that well. Also, the news lately, man. The news lately. I've been wanting to play Hades too, but I can't until I start it on stream. And I can't start it on stream because I've been busy lately. Hopefully tomorrow. Halo 3? Halo 3. What about the job reports? Did I put that in the title? I didn't. I'm off the hook. We can talk about it tomorrow. Oh, thank God. That and the Zoran Mamdani The View thing. We got that. We got that on lock. We got that in. But for now, I read. Ringek, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Wardpipe and Gibera, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. If you have any thought to debating libs or fake libs like Klein on stream, I don't know what the... I don't think Ezra Klein does those kinds of things. But even then, no. I mean, I would probably be more interesting to debate somebody like Ezra Klein than it would be to debate a conservative. But this like, it's not as though he's any more genuine than a conservative would be, right? Like, it would just be more meandering and patronizing. Yeah, how do you debate him? He just asks you questions. And if I'm the one who prompts it, then it's like, well, then I have to ask the questions. I don't have any fucking questions for him. I'm not interested in what his thoughts are. He doesn't seem to have any. Orange Treason, Vakumba, and Knock Knees. Thank you for the tier 1 subs. Sake, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. Unknown Anomaly, thank you for the absurdly kind 5 tier 2 subs. Thank you. Hey, yo, I played Hollow Knight for the first time in your recommendation. Literal masterpiece. I just started Silk Song and I'm having a blast. The first lace fight was great. A really, really good game, yeah. I think it's good to play Hollow Knight first, too, because, man, it really ramps up, you know? It really, really ramps up. And difficulty. Carl Hungus, thank you for the $5. Melopsy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Where did the balls on the table thing come from? I don't know. Either your balls are in your pants where they're safe, or they're on the table where they're not safe. I don't know. I think the dipping your balls in the soy sauce is like, because then you have to put them on the table to dip them in the soy sauce. But also, it's like you've got the sauce. I don't know. I'm just saying shit. SamFan155, thank you for the very kind $35 dono. Really appreciate that. Kane111th and Smelanie, thank you for the $5 both. Personal good news, last Wednesday, my second niece was born. Wide people happy. Hey, nice! Oh my God, with a full head of hair, too. No baby balding. It's very powerful stuff, you know? It's a good omen. It means great fortune and high incomes. Great prosperity to the family. It's a lot of hair. No, that's like a solid... There are a lot of fellas in their 20s who would be envious of that hairline. Just Esoteric, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And Denner, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Cap of all time, or Kappa of all time, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I think that my my content's pretty consumable in an audio-only format. I agree. Jack DeBruce, thank you for the incredibly kind $20 dono. Thank you. In light of recent events in the last stream, I went ahead and made a new background for pre-stream as a reminder to chat. That's fucking funny. I can't believe I was out there doing car streams for a bit. Everyone say you're welcome. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Yeah, I haven't seen the new Amon animations. Might be a bit. 99 Knives, thank you for the $5. Your talented and beautiful partner made a cute Silk Song lo-fi track. I'm not really one for listening to music on stream, but Pog. I'll drop the link in chat. Thank you. Tamora, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I've heard for some reason, Googling "does Trump have dementia" won't show an AI overview. I have no idea why, or if there's some like explanation for it that isn't like a specific act of censorship. I would have to look at it. Unknown Anomaly, thank you for the incredibly kind $100 dono. Jesus. Hey Vosh, it's been a while since I've donoed, but I've been enjoying the coverage of the trash fire that is the US. Stay strong, brother. I believe in you. Trying my best. Trying my best. The news has been nothing but bad. Nothing but bad lately. And the government is shut down. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Super kind of you. AK 4'7". Thank you for the $50 dono. Take my money and get a low skin fade, Ura Marine Corps. I can't get a low skin fade, my friend. My cranium is too round. I agree that I need a haircut, but if I got a low skin fade, it would be what you'd get right here. You just sort of get like a fleshy mass, and then the hair would start to come in like right here. I have to maintain you know, like the optical illusion that my head is roughly rectangular. Very important to me. Sex Ed Dropout, thank you for the $5. Sorry, I gotta run. I can't watch any YouTube shorts right now. Conciliator, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And Dennis the Peasant, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. I accept your dono penance. Fashion question. I was advertised severe denim with red weft against indigo warp by a company called Gustin. Do you know this company? Would you trust it? I don't know what severe denim means. Gustin, premium quality denim and clothing. What? You're doing pop-ups. What are you popping up? Bestseller, Japan Red Fire. Sand Fries, Raw Salvage Denim, Warp and Weft. Is this the aforementioned severe denim? Well, listen, my main problem with this denim is it's selvage, which is lovely, but it's not fully cotton. It's 33% polyester, which I don't necessarily think makes a garment bad, but I do wonder what that, you know, needs to be doing in a you know, a pair of jeans, right? Which are pretty classically cotton denim. Not all of their pants are like that, though. I wonder why the Japan Red Fire is specifically. I don't know this company. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. How are they doing funding? What is funding? What is this? How does this work? Chat? Chat, what does this mean? A better business model, no waste, true wholesale. 57% funded. So so what they're saying is like they will only produce a batch of this after enough people have bought in. It's an interesting model. I know nothing. I know nothing about it. In stock and ready to ship. Okay. Pants Kickstarter. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Hariel, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. On the subject of 20-something chatters, Carolyn Levitt's also a 20-something. We got to get in our reps if we want the best chance at winning. Yeah, that's true, you know? Start young. If you're not already press secretary by 28, it's over. It's over. Salvage, not severe? Okay, gotcha. Well, I don't know. You should look up some YouTube reviews. See how those fade. That's the real mark of raw salvage denim, right? Like the fades you get over the long run. Sake, thank you for the incredibly kind 10 tier 1 subs. I'd kill for Mehdi Hassan to debate Klein. Saw this banger in MA. Okay, for one, 100%, yeah. Mehdi Hassan would do a great job against Klein, in my humble opinion. Right? Are you wicked pissed and ready to organize? Is this local? Is this a local colloquialism? Luke's Ice Watch Network. That rules. We really on the left, and I mean like left of center, need to start adopting more like patriot versus loyalist rhetoric, because the MAGA movement is literally loyalist. They want a king. Trump posted him as a king. They're 100% loyal to him no matter what. That's the only thing they care about. Like, why are we not like patriot posting more often? I don't know. I feel like that's a layup. The Ghost Maker, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Check in again if you've seen Dan Olson's new vid. I have not. I've been fucking swamped lately. Sorry. I have not been able to. I'm gonna start saying wicked pissed. It's charming. All right. Super chat. The Mighty Tack, Ask Andrew, and still alive. Thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. Thank you. The victory over himself and Pasta Boof. Thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Laffy, thank you for the $2. Logan, thank you for the $5. Adlet Astria and Blue Nexus, thank you for the $10 both. Really appreciate that. Dipshits like Hegseth love postulating and hate actually addressing the underlying issues, i.e. feeding soldiers, providing good housing, good medical care. God, yeah, of course not. They don't give a shit about that on any level. Not just Hegseth, it's the entire right-wing motto. Like, our government right now is shut down literally because they're trying to make healthcare more expensive for people. Yeah, his pro-hazing position is not going to help with the fucking retention rate. Les the Third and Pale Magpie, thank you for the $5 and pounds respectively. Really appreciate that. You guys are going to end up like the Russians in Afghanistan, where the barracks were just hell on earth for the weaker soldiers. Yeah, I want to get that energy for the ICE recruits, basically, you know? Like, the Soviet military culture was extremely, like, irrational and macho, you know? And just very, very bad for its recruits. There was such a huge gulf between the recruits and the officers, and people were raped and abused and so on. Aaron Woodside, thank you for the very kind $50. I'm a veteran that can't stand these people or what's been happening to the country. Watching you for a few months now, Vosh, and it's helped. Wanted to support. Hey, Aaron Woodside, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm like a wacky leftist, but I'd like to think that the sort of the messaging here is useful and informative to a sort of wide population range. Like, just because I'm 100 hours into my Umaneko watch through with Joseph Anderson and my brain is filled with all of the stupid, you know, earworms he's dropping into it, you know, it doesn't mean this has to be for online only people. Aaron Woodside, maybe I'm assuming too much. Maybe you are an online only person, you know, maybe you get silly with it. I have no idea, but I think there's a lot of room here. I don't think you have to even really be on the left to hate what Trump is and what he's doing. You should just have to be sane. Like, you just have to not be mentally ill. And a lot of mentally ill people still understand how bad he is. Still alive. Thank you for the two $5 donos. Would it be accurate to think of our administration is all about the grift and less so about actual fascism, apart from people like Stephen Miller, of course. I think for the most part that's true, yeah. Though it's worth noting that a lot of people who are actual fascists are also only actual fascists to support another thing. Like, this administration is fascist to support the grift for a lot of these people, but I think you could reasonably argue that was the case for the Nazis as well. Tons and tons of Nazi officials at the Nuremberg trial essentially argued like, listen, dog, I was just getting my bag, no hate. Which didn't work for a lot of them, but did work for some of them, you know. I think it's a grift ideology. It attracts a lot of people who don't believe in anything because it's deliberately anti-rational. You know, it's idiosyncratic. It pulls in people from everywhere. So just because they're all grifters doesn't necessarily mean they're not fascist, and it definitely doesn't mean they're not dangerous. It just means they're that kind of fascist. Jeffrey Merriam and Alexander Stanford, thank you for the $5 and 50 Egyptian pounds, respectively. Thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Millions of Dead Raccoons, thank you for the $5. Joan Bolt, thank you for the super duper kind $100 dono, which you sent before the stream even properly started. Doing my part to bless the stream. Have a meeting with my therapist later. Going to tackle a no contact letter for my MAGA crazed parents. Nice. I hope that works out. Look, it's a difficult decision, and I would never be so arrogant or prescriptive as to suggest that you have a moral responsibility to cut ties with your family because they're MAGA or whatever. Only that in a lot of cases, it's probably better for you, you know? However things go, I hope it works out. It's always difficult, right? But wasn't it going to be no matter what? Thank you. Fear, thanks the $10. Show us your fingernails. Is this some kind of gay sex thing, my fingernails? Like, you know, how many hands do I have up in people? Well, I've got bad news for you, buddy, if you were trying to queer check me. But they're all trimmed, like very recently trimmed. And in fact, I was filing them on stream earlier. So you can take from that whatever you want, okay? You can derive from that. You can intuit anything you want from that. I'm not going to stop you. Gregors Adamski, thank you for the 30 PLNZL, Polish currency. Thank you for the 30 Polinskis. I really appreciate, not Polanskis. Thank you. Is that a gay thing? I keep my nails trimmed always and I'm not? Well, lesbians tend to keep their fingernails trimmed, at least some of them, you know, for fingering pussy. And then there's asses, which I hear exist, you know, no one's confirmed. I have no idea. I think it's more that straight people just don't have sex. Daniel Green, thank you for the $2. Wandering Robot Studio, Ricardo Bravo, and Anime 3806, thank you for the $5 all. Really appreciate that. I think this goes back to what you said a few months ago, that Americans, for the most part, don't know what services the government provides. Yeah, if there is any kind of legitimate patriotism, it is for the United States Postal Service, okay? You know, wind, rain, or snow, they know where they need to go. That kind of shit. We should be happy that our government provides for us these services. But keep in mind, even that's conditional, right? When a USPS mailman brings you your mail, that's not the government. That's a USPS mailman, a worker, right? A member of the working class doing his best. It should be thought of in that way. But we have to champion these services, because if we don't, people will champion for their removal, you know? Mortal Wombat, thank you for the very kind $10. Why does Hakeem Jeffries always insist on doing this smug shit lib? Well, if Trump actually wants to work together to solve this, yeah, no, I don't know. I genuinely do not know what like disease in the brain of these people makes them this ineffective. I don't get it. Paloma DeMar, still alive. Thank you for the $2 both. Yeah, the farmer's land is going to get accumulated for sure. Alexander Stanford, thank you for the 50 Egyptian pounds. Sometimes I ask myself why you have a good amount of knowledge of macroeconomy, even though you did not get a degree in it. Wait, sometime I ask myself why you have a good amount of knowledge about macroeconomy, even you did get a degree in it. Well, I'll fill in the blanks and say, no, I didn't get a degree in it. I have a sociology bachelor's degree. But the macroeconomic stuff is really, 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 really important. For one, I'm not an expert. I only know the broadest strokes, right? It just sounds fancy because a lot of people don't talk about monetary policy. That's one. And for two, man, I feel like a lot of people on the left don't even, because I've made this point before, and I have to double down on it and triple down on it, okay? The world is very complicated, And a lot of the problems will be very difficult to solve. A lot of the problems we're experiencing. But some things are simpler than we think. And the truth is, if we just implemented a genuine, across-the-board, no tax loophole, progressive taxation policy, and used government programs to redistribute that wealth and changed nothing else about the economy, the raw amount of money in this country, just the unbelievable amount of wealth we have in this country, it'd be heaven on earth for the American working class. And I think a lot of people forget this a lot, because you get kind of like, it's important to understand these things they're not created by changing the amount of wealth that exists or by being more efficient. The wealth is already there. The efficiency is already there. The productive forces are already there. The only problem is that all of that money is hoarded at the top. And I know this is not like a radical proposition, but it's important to remind yourself, because sometimes people get so in the weeds. Yeah, as Thana points out here, like the average income of a person in Mississippi, GDP per capita, we'll say GDP per capita, is higher in Mississippi than it is in Barcelona. But Barcelona is beautiful, and Mississippi is a shithole. Part of it is how much that wealth actually circulates, right? And the ways in which it circulates, you know? GDP could refer to, like, if one family has a GDP per capita of like $40,000, right? So one family, $40,000, right? Not per capita, it's just the one family, right? 40,000 in that household, you know? That could be a lump sum of $40,000 of wealth as a unit there, like averaged for that family, with very, very, very little velocity, you know? It could just be like, oh, you got the money, you sit on it. Maybe you pay it to your fucking health insurance provider. Or it can be robust and dynamic and energetic, you know? It could be going in wages to a guy who lives in Barcelona, and he's like giving it to the coffee shop, and he's giving it to the bookstore, and da-da-da. It's all circulating around. And even if the amount of money they possess, like in an absolute sense, is less at any given point, Americans are very wealthy. Even poor Americans, relative to other countries, are pretty wealthy, you know? But it doesn't feel like it because it doesn't fucking circulate. GDP is much more a measure of economic velocity than it is raw wealth, after all. I mean, if you think about it, like, no, nothing. I'm overstating the point. How peasy, thank you for the $5. Paloma Del Mar, thank you for the for the $5 as well. If you don't know who Zoltan Pozar is, you don't really know what they're planning to do to our economy. Well, I guess I don't know then, because I don't know who that person is. Still live and beefless stew, thanks the $2 both. Stained glass decal for the window behind you. First, I need a fucking AC. It gets warm in here. If we implement that monetary policy, what's the mechanism for enforcement of that policy for the people administrating it? How do we not end up like the USSR? I don't know what you mean. I didn't really describe anything that has anything to do with the USSR. I'm just talking about progressive taxation. Mind you, I don't want to stop with progressive taxation, you know? That's just a very basic starting point. I'm just saying we have so much wealth, and so much of it is because basically what I'm saying is that I believe in economic abundance, not just because I want to deregulate, you know, zoning or housing construction or whatever. I believe that there's gold in them there mountains. We just have to go mining for them. It's right out there. Taijirai and Cameron something, thank you for the $10 both. Really, really appreciate that. Yeah, Taijirai, there are elements of being like a on-stage, you know, stand-up comedian that I'm sure I'd enjoy, but I'm sure that, like, in practice, it's an absurdly difficult job that I probably would not do a phenomenal job of. Connor Downey, thank you for the 20 Australian. Happy days, hope you're doing well. How D&D planning go? Oh, went okay. Made some tokens, made some maps. Characters got in trouble. You know how it is. And Taijirai, thank you for the $10. You don't need to apologize to me, Taijirai, because your father has been furloughed and you don't know whether or not you'll be able to donate in the future. You don't owe me that apology. I promise you, you don't owe me that apology, okay? I appreciate the sentiment. I hope your father is unfurloughed soon. Yeah. How do we enforce wealth redistribution practically? I mean, we already do it to an extent, just not enough. We had it in this country back in the 1940s and 50s to an extent that I would consider a lot more appropriate. If what you mean is like, how do we suppress the capital class to prevent them from lobbying and engaging in regulatory capture that leads to the tax rates being lowered again, well, that's when you need the socialism. The point that I'm making here is just that, like, provision for people's basic needs is, as far as I'm concerned, already covered, right? Like, the fact that this is even a question in our society is an abomination. Transfer the military budget to the IRS. But that's the thing, right? Like, even the amount we spend in the military is peanuts compared to the amount we could be making every year via taxes if we just did taxes correctly. You know? Then it's the peasant. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how you would. I don't know what gulags has to do with this. I'm just talking about taxation. I mean, if people break the law, they would be charged. Like, if they don't get, like, if they owe taxes but don't pay them, like, there could be legal consequences. Rhaegar99, thank you for the $5. I watched both your Politics 101 videos. Liked your older video more. Well, they're like 4 and 5 years old, so. Fascists want to just build the triangle, anti-egalitarian, and do not care about facts. I think that over time, my mental model for fascism has become a lot more psychosexual, right? I think that one of the big problems you run into is that they literally just don't believe in anything. Like, they don't even believe in stuff that you'd think would be essential to their movement. Like, a lot of white supremacists don't actually believe in or care about the supremacy of white people. You know what I mean? Like, they don't actually, like, they don't actually have a personal, like, I'll put it this way, okay? I have known in my life a lot of black people who care a lot about black people because, you know, black people have had it tough in this country. And usually, are they black supremacists? Maybe a few of them, a little bit, but edge case stuff, edge case. But how do these people who are not fascists, how do they treat the black community? Well, in my experience, these people fucking love the black community. They're invested in it. They care about it. They want to promote black art and black culture. They want people who are black to be happy, to manage the difficulties of living in a racist society. Well, you know, they want to support the community, basically. Now, I think that people are preferential, like, one way or another, right? You could fairly argue that even though I never really think of, like, belonging to I don't think of myself as belonging to a white community. I do belong to a broader community that's made up largely of, like, online, internet, irony, poison types. And that is a very, like, white subculture, you know, disproportionately. So I'm not suggesting that having a bias, consciously or otherwise, necessarily means you're wrong for it. I don't think it's bad if you're a white person and you mostly hang out with white people, or black people who mostly hang out with black people. It just depends on the circumstances and how you feel about it and how you act with it. But the point that I'm getting at is, like, when I see these tendencies from people who are just in-group oriented for their own reasons, they care about the community. I have never seen a Nazi or a white supremacist or a white nationalist who cared about white people. Literally none. I have never seen it. I have not once, not a single time. Not once. They do not care. And when pressed on it, they have no love for their, you know, racial brethren. They don't care about their culture. They don't care about art produced by white people. They don't care. They will instantly jump on art made by non-white people if it's even slightly politically expedient to them. You know, they will hate a white person over nothing, and they will personally make friends with and be sexually attracted to a wide range of people who are from groups they consider undesirable. They do not believe in anything, not even like the basic bias or emotional, you know, the what you'd consider to be like the root of why they think the way they do. It's insane. At the end of the day, it's about the psychosexual element. It's about feeling insecure, It's about grievance culture, that sort of stuff, you know? And one of the reasons it's so difficult to talk with them is because they think you think like that too. They don't have a good theory of mind. It's one of the reasons why people on the right, genuine question, have you ever seen a person on the right, from conservative to neo-Nazi, anyone in that range, ever accurately describe the intentions and motivations of a left-leaning person? Exactly. Even the relatively moderate conservatives struggle to understand the concept of progressivism. They never give any credit. They never, ever, ever do. And I think that's because on one hand, they lie all the time, but even when they're not trying to lie, they just have a very bad theory of mind. They have a fundamentally supremacist worldview. They think of people as innately oppositional, and all of their grievances are framed through their own personal framework. They can't sit down. Like, I can easily sit down and think of reasons why a person would be a white supremacist. I would disagree with those reasons, but I can lay them out. I can describe them dispassionately. I'm able to. They can't do that for us. Or at least I've never seen them do it, you know? Maybe somewhere out there is a monkey that can talk. I haven't met one. Thank you, Memory Suit, for the $2. I really appreciate that. It's a whole thing, Dennis the Peasant. It's a whole thing. Well, anyway. If they could, they wouldn't be what they are. Yeah, I think I agree with that to a large extent. No, anyway. Rob36, thank you for the $5. Thanks for the interesting coverage while I recover from my unexpected mouth surgery. Electricity bill was less than expected this month, so I have some extra. Wow. And electricity bills have been going up. So, must have gotten lucky. Nice. I hope you recover well. And Hal Peasy, thank you for the $15. Really appreciate that. Never ask a woman her age, a man his salary, or a white supremacist their partner's race. Yeah. Never ask. The most consistent one is never ask like an insane racial grievance, anti-white black girl the race of her boyfriend. That one is like 99%. Like the kind of black girl who will post on social media about how like white men are awful nonstop. Like not just a little bit or like as part of a broader political thing, but like obsessively. That one's like 99% accurate. Yeah. This is one of the reasons why I really hate the racism equals prejudice plus power thing, because in reality, the underlying tendencies that describe things like fascism or racism or whatever are psychological characteristics that have nothing to do with how much power you have in society. You can make an argument about like their expression in political systems, but as a personal modality, you know, that shit, you can find that anywhere from any group of people, you know? I think it misleads. Weird way to make this point, Vosh. With the racist black girls having white boyfriends thing? No, I think it's perfectly salient. It's actually really like observable in reality. But yeah, I mean, it's bigotry, right? It's not good. Bigotry is bad. In my opinion. Maybe you disagree. Dennis the Peasant, thank you for the $5. Here's another donor for engaging with my questions. I've been watching since the pandemic and I've only just started engaging. Sorry for the mess. You don't need to apologize. You don't need to apologize. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I engage. It's fine. If I had nobody in chat that I could focus on and sort of target, then it would be a more dull streaming experience for everyone. Thank you, but you don't have to apologize via dono. It's fine. But thank you. Thank you. I remember seeing a lot of black people cannot be racist years ago. Yeah, I always thought that was like a weird the dropping off of it was like a weird expression of an academic tendency, a misrepresented position that just took off in the mainstream. And I'm glad that people don't say that shit anymore, but I do worry when the next like woke boomerang comes around, people are going to go in that direction. I think it actively gives you a much worse understanding of how these tendencies work. Psychologically, there is very little differentiating these bigoted tendencies, no matter the relative social power of the people feeling it. Or to put it another way, like, to a Palestinian right now who is bigoted against Jewish people, one could only imagine what might have happened to have incurred their, distaste. The bigotry as it's expressed in that person's mind is, in many cases, identical to the bigotry of some IDF soldier, like gunning down Palestinian children, Obviously, the difference there is not the mental state. The difference there is the level of actual power, which is a very important consideration. But if you're going to focus on bigotry, racism, transphobia, whatever else, at its core, especially when it comes to engaging with people interpersonally, you have to understand it as a psychological phenomena, or a psychosexual one, because realistically, like, bigotry almost always comes down to being jealous of somebody else's cock. Unfortunate that it comes down to something that trite so often, but it often does. I didn't see the Radical Dino. I'll have to see. I'll have to see off stream. I'm already dragging my feet here. I've got to go. Does World War II start because a bunch of men couldn't get laid? Is that what you're saying? If you want to be really, really reductive, the core of the Nazi brown shirts and of the veterans groups that assisted Mussolini when he took control of the government were angry, dispossessed men who felt like they weren't properly thanked or rewarded for their participation in World War I. And this was a wide range of things, from like them feeling cucked by Jews, which was a common belief in much of Germany, right? Anti-Semitism was less common in Italy because they just had fewer Jews, so it was less socially relevant. But there was still this feeling that they'd been cucked out by like the aristocratic royals, in Italy. The fact that the ruling elites didn't respect their sacrifices for the country. They felt humiliated. And yeah, there was a pretty big psychosexual element to Nazi propaganda, so. To an extent, I slept well, I think. To an extent. No, I mean, I think so, yeah. Isn't that an idealist analysis? No, psychology isn't anti-Marxist. Dialectical materialism dictates that history is driven by material forces. Yeah, but I'm talking about that as well. Like, Marx doesn't ignore the existence of the mind. Marx is just describing like a dialectical phenomena. That doesn't mean that psychology isn't a part of it, What do bigots stand to gain? Satisfaction. That's it. It's not about anything else. It's not about making life better for anyone. They want satisfaction. The 1930s German propaganda portrayed Jews as hung. Okay, you're going to laugh. I don't think they did it that directly. I think that would have. I think the Nazis probably would have had an issue with that specific framing. However, the idea of Jews as being seductors and seductresses who would like lure Aryan men and women and like corrupt them, yeah, that actually was. The idea that like the Jews are stealing your women, or that in academia they're like leveraging their influence to 100% they did that. Yeah, they did it in a bunch of different ways. I mean, it's the same here in America. We simultaneously, like white supremacists, like we hear this rhetoric of how black people are unattractive, but also how black men are great, powerful sexual animals who lure white women with their, big penises and the primal mating skills. It's insane. It's also like half of interracial pornography and half of 4chan's pornographic content at any given point in time. It's embarrassing. Like, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to even talk about. It is. It's just, like, my politics is like, well, I think if you rearrange these policies, you can make everyone's lives better. And I think, you know, we should all have a sense of purpose and belonging and we should be happy. And they're like building political theories out from cuckold pornography. But it's really, really, really common. Yeah, look at the way they talk about trans people, where trans women are like these sexual demons, you know, who are like lured by perversion and lure others as well, you know. Look at the fact that for example, in South Korea, anti-black racism is really common along those same lines. There's a pervasive narrative of Korean men being kind of feminine, and they say, well, you know, the ultra masculine black man with their large penises are like, you know, robbing us of our women and so on. There are no black men in Korea. There are like 5 black guys in Korea. But racists and incels in Korea talk like this often about black men. At least in America, there are black men. There aren't black men in Korea. It's like they're going out of their way to find racialized scenarios to make them insecure, which is crazy. But that's why I say it's psychosexual, and that's why I say that it's what was I saying? Or that it's I forget what the other word I was going to use was. Why it's psychosexual, why it's about satisfaction, you know. Anyway, yeah. Isn't that mostly a cultural import from America, though? Exposure to black people, sure, but like Korea has their own centuries, millennia old culture. The fact that their right wing is obsessing over black cock, I don't think we imported that. I don't think I don't think we're responsible for that one, you know? I mean, certainly there might be an exposure in the sense that like the black men stationed in South Korea, and also, you know, the internet has a big pro-America bias in general. But you know what I'm talking about. It's an issue. It's an issue. Every country has their own version of this. You know, they do this in Italy. In Italy, they do this with like Ethiopians. Like in America, our black people are African Americans by and large. But in Italy, they have darker skinned people in the south of the peninsula, and you have like, you know, people from the crossing the Mediterranean to land there and so on. And they do the same narrative there. They do the same narrative with these people. They're always doing it. No, because those same messages weren't coming out with the same people. Well, also, those things aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, but also, like, I just don't think those are comparable, Dennis the Peasant. Vosh, have you been blacked? Let me check your message history to see how long your ban should be. Meow. Well, I'm in the chat. Hey, chat Smuggy. As a trans person, we have mental. Have you slept with a black man? Vosh, have you been blacked? This one's for your own good. You frankly, you're contributing to negative stereotypes right now. Is all I'll say. Okay. You need to reassess how you talk to people, and also how you think. Dude, I've got to fucking go. Why am I still here? Oh my god. You guys can't stop talking about black dicks or something. Tiger, I thank you for the $5. Can we get a short and you talking about racism equals prejudice plus power? I gotta get in on the short game, man. I gotta be better on that. The shorts have been doing well lately, though. They have been doing well lately, though. 100%. get out of here. Yeah, I gotta go. Okay, see you guys tomorrow. Take care.